Hey, hi, hello. What's up, Internet? How's it going out there? I hope you're doing well and good. We have a bit of a special stream today. We're joined by some guests. We've got macmich, we've got DjeliLikeJam, and Kingbird, all here to talk about Haiti. Um, wait, that's not it. Oh, and a kitty. Hello. Welcome, guys. Welcome. Thank you again so much for being here. I guess I'll just have you introduce yourselves and I'll defer to whoever wants to start. Also, if you guys have a good org or mutual aids related to Haiti that you want to put in chat, go ahead. Uh, you can start, Mitch. Sorry, I don't know if you heard me. We're just doing introductions
No, but my
first.
cat took my headphones. Sorry about
Classic,
that.
classic cat.
My
Just
dad
introductions.
is like,
Introduce yourself and if you have any mutual aids or orgs for Haiti, put them in chat.
yeah. So hi, chat. Pretty much everyone in chat knows me already. I go by he, they. I am a recovered addict, amateur of lecture. Uh, Birth and Jelly usually bring me on to talk about Haiti, just because I like books and all that. But obviously, my goal here is to let Jelly and Bird talk. I'm just here to support them. And today I'm going to talk about Haiti, and maybe for those who don't know, looking from the outside what's going on. So I'm going to try and bridge all that stuff. So,
Awesome.
hi.
Thank you, thank you. And Jelly?
Oh, fuck is up? I'm Jelly, like Jam, and yeah, I a very proud Haitian and African diaspora historian. You can sometimes find me on Twitch, but I've been on a bit of a brief hiatus as of late. Um, yeah, that's what I got.
Let's go.
Like, I would say, I guess a guy on Twitter that yaps. My name's King Bird. He, him. I would say, yeah, Haitian American. That. So yeah.
Yeah, how could I have forgotten my pronouns? They, them. If you misgender me, I will. I will say mean things.
Fair. So who wants to get
So
us
yeah,
started?
last time we did it on Rawi stream, or whose stream was it again, guys? That we did it?
Echoes.
Yeah,
I think.
Rowie and
Echoes,
Echo.
right? Okay.
Was it Echoes?
Uh,
And I think it was Rowley's in it.
Yeah, both.
Oh.
Yeah, so I don't know how you guys want to do it today. Like, do we start with the independence and let Chad know about Toussaint? Like, do we talk about France? I try to find some
Ooh.
videos today if ever want to react to some France 24 to see how the French see it or stuff like that. So I try to find some clips or threads or whichever, but you guys have the show. I'm just here to support.
Yeah, like interestingly enough, like we yapped for 8 hours about IET, and we never actually touched the independence, like the war for independence, which should like give everybody a kind of overview, a kind of like brief understanding of like the kind of depth of this subject that we're talking about here.
There's so much, I'm sure. Frankly, I don't know that much. Admittedly, like all I learned in school was through French class. I cringe, I know,
Oh
but
dear.
yeah, yeah. So it's it's taught
Oh
sort of
wow.
as just like a part of French culture, but not like the real part of colonialism. So I've learned more in recent years, but I'm excited to learn more.
And I found articles too, because last time we did it, Trump wasn't in power. We could maybe try to talk about how
Ooh.
Biden reacted, how the election happened, and what's gonna happen with our fellow Haitian in America and abroad. Because even in Canada, I do have some spicy news for Jelly and Birth. about how Canada is planning to already
Oh
kick
no.
out the future Haitians. So we could talk
Oh
about maybe the anti-Haitian sentiment, which is a branch of anti-blackness, which is very specific. But maybe we could touch on
yeah.
that so chat understand those dynamics too.
It's a lot.
I know Jelly's like,
Just do
I'm
all of
awake for the
history and
anti.
current events
Yeah.
and, just kind of tie it up.
I'm gonna wait for the anti-Haitianism like debate because I just got a really funny microaggression that I got hit with at work like 2 weeks ago.
yeah. So yeah, from my perspective with Montreal, we have a big Haitian diaspora because Haitians speak Haitian, so they don't speak Creole like Jelly told me last time. We speak Haitian, they speak French and English. So there's this big diaspora here, which I've had the pleasure to acquaint. But like even like with how the dynamics here are, they're very different. So we can touch on like different Haitian diaspora because I know there's other places that Haitian go to, like even Cuba,
Hmm.
which they have a different
Which is a
way
fun
of
one.
yeah, I know,
Now,
Jelly.
I will also say that there is something that I feel like clarifying because uh, like yes, we are all aware that the official name of the language spoken by 90% of the population of Haiti is Haitian Creole, Creole Haitien. However, it is a conscious decision that I make to drop the term Creole from the official name of the language because it implies a let's say mutual intelligibility with and lack of independence from French. So when people hear, oh, it's just a Creole of French, they tend to think, oh, so it's just broken French. It's just like uh
Yeah, it's still
it
Dude, my French
yeah.
teacher
I
would
still
literally
I still
call it dirty French. It's
oh
nasty.
god.
Yeah. Yeah.
what type of French
But yeah,
teacher did you have?
White.
there
Yeah.
I was about to say,
Oh,
like, it's a white French teacher. Come on,
White
what do
as
you expect?
fuck.
okay.
Yep. Yeah.
But like, it's really just evoking like the imagery of like like the racist cartoons where it's like all the black people are talking about like talking like, oh, I's gonna eat good tonight,
Oh, when
that
you
type of
they
shit.
use AVE, yeah, it's
It's
cringe.
not even AAVE. That's just white people like mocking the way black people speak.
Oh yeah, it's true.
But
Oh, and
yeah,
last time we were on stream too, Jelly made us a pleasure to show us the food, the dances, and stuff like that. So we can maybe do the history and like the modern part, but if chat wants, we can finish too with like the culture and like the fun stuff because even though there's struggle and shit that happen, like it's always fun to like know what people are fighting for, you know? So that could be fun
absolutely.
too.
Yeah, I was
I,
gonna
Yeah.
I
ask
do
for music as well. Yeah.
I do have to do image laundering every time I talk about IET because god damn it does not get any half decent media coverage. I guess I really want to preface this discussion by saying hi, the the country, the Republic of IET, is not synonymous with Port-au-Prince. There are dozens upon hundreds of probably even thousands of other cities where people have different but parallel problems. So like the gang thing, the like active
That's
war
only
zone that
yeah,
we
that's
see,
all in mainly in
the
Port-au-Prince
Port-au-Prince
from what
Carrefour
I
metro
remember.
area.
Yeah.
So like that is a specific problem to like the capital and surrounding suburbs. Like parts like the north has its own issues related to like let's say food sovereignty and like exploitative tourism. And then the South has its own problems with say malaria and uh like accessibility of medicine. And like Haiti is like a large country, uh like the second largest in the Caribbean, and so it has different geographical and cultural regions that have their own problems to deal with as a result of their differing location and geography.
Yeah.
Oh,
So like most of the
Jelly, I did you a gift this time. I found Geography Now, which is a 10-minute video about Haiti, and I'm sure we could have a little chat about like how other people see Haiti. That could be a fun. I prepared a couple of
I've
things, but I think you'll find this one very nice.
I've seen some videos from Geography Now, and I'm not. I'm gonna leave my presumptions at the door. Let's.
maybe it could be a W video, maybe it could be an L video. Who knows?
Who knows? I'm willing to find
Who
out though.
knows?
Hmm.
Oh, really,
But
Fabiola?
yeah, what I was saying is most of the recent news and all of this stuff is you mainly hear about it from the capital. You don't really hear about stuff that's going on around the country, at least for the most part. Like most of the news that I'm seeing is mainly stuff that's happening currently, like mainly in the capital, for example. I think in recent news, shoot, how am I already forgetting? Basically, um, the Haitian police, I guess, used suicide drones to basically bomb gang members, essentially. And and apparently this is a new thing that they're doing now.
So
Which is
yeah, if
Jesus.
anybody's familiar with if anybody's been like following the Ukraine war strategy, like one of the things that they've been doing like to like very successful effect is like buying commercially available drones instead of like using like like straight up military technology. Just buying commercially available drones that like most people that are like designed to be like user friendly and cheap and like that most people can fly and use and whatever, and then just either like attaching like a like explosive payload to them, or like with the case of the the like UAV, like more like plane style drones, they'll just fly them straight into a tank and like try to lodge itself into machinery. uh and so yeah,
Goddamn.
they've been doing that to like very like strong effect to like maximize the power of like their small and like less equipped army. However, it seems that this strategy has now migrated to IET, where now under the underpowered and undermanned Haitian National Police, or PNH. Yeah, it's PNH because it's in Creole, so Police Nationale Haiti. Uh, and so yeah, that strategy has now migrated to IET, and they attempted. So I'm not gonna say attempt. So like they carried out like a raid and assault on what's it called, barbecue's stronghold in Delma, which oh, you know what? Hold on.
and for some reason, if you don't know who Barbecue is, he's basically like a leader of, I guess now a political part. I don't know what the hell's going on, but basically he is a leader of I would say, I don't like saying gangs that much. I like saying militant groups
Hmm.
because there's something sus with him that I'm going to talk about in a little bit. But basically,
Yeah.
he is a leader of a lot of militant groups
So
that
yeah, it's
causing a
like
shit ton of chaos, essentially.
gang feels like, like a racially charged term where it's like it tries to
Yeah,
like either
I
like
try not to use it, but even I use it sometimes on accident. It was
Yeah,
Yeah.
especially like when Amy Goodman says it, like it has a certain stink on it. Like,
yeah.
And for chat, this is like cartels in South America. Like you can't analyze the Haitian gangs without understanding that there's a symbiotic relationship with the cops or the occupiers, which we'll get into because the UN and America occupied it for so long, and now it's the UN. And there's going to be little facts like if you know Arun with Sri Lanka, they sent Sinhalese people in Haiti, which gave them STIs.
Sri Lankan
Uh,
peacekeepers, yeah.
Oh,
they
they did a
sent
lot more than just
Nepalese.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
so
know.
we might get into that, but it's just to like put in context that when we talk about gangs, it's not like gangs like you see in movies. It's like, and they're not revolutionary either. Like it's not like this Thomas Sankara idol thing that you'll have. It's just power dynamics that we have to see how they operate within the state, basically. I don't know if that
yeah.
Yeah.
explains it well, but
Yeah, it's much more
Yeah,
complex. Like, also like the drone warfare thing is so fucking terrifying. Like, should be illegal, and also like it just makes me think of
because
Gaza,
I
of
did
course. Like,
see, yeah, because I did see some people celebrating it, which I get. Don't get me wrong, these guys suck. Okay,
Yeah, and
menaces to
they they,
society,
they did kill
absolute
several
monsters.
top officials.
mhm.
Yeah,
and
that's
it's
what I'm
funny
saying
that
too. Is like
Jelly, yeah, it's
this
funny
is
that
like
Jelly brought up Ukraine because I was thinking of Israel. Israel did that shit to Nasrallah and the other ones too with the pagers.
Right.
Anyways,
Yeah,
it's
that
just
was exactly where my mind went the first time I saw that video. I was like, oh god, this is like our pager thing.
it
anyway,
kind of
sorry.
is. It's
For
like because it's like now people are gonna glaze it, and it's like no, like you don't understand. This is reckless as shit. Like
Oh wait,
first of all, like
did you see Barbecue's first video back?
yeah,
I saw it. I didn't understand what he was saying, but I did see it, and he was like
Oh,
what? He had like little glasses and shit. I was like, what the fuck? Okay.
oh, because there is a section that I really want to translate for the audience.
Oh god.
Not, it can probably wait just a little bit, but god damn, it has some very bad implications for the next few months.
Oh wait. You might as well say it now at this point, cause
All right, just give me a minute to pull up the video.
I just have a
got it.
question, real quick.
oh,
Like, when you say
yeah.
barbecue is sus in like a plant kind of way, or like just just
No,
things he's
we're
We're
talking
gonna pull
doing.
up
like
the picture. Let's pull up the picture.
oh
Bert,
Yeah,
pull it up.
Bert.
Okay.
but Laney,
I'm fine. I'm gonna go
short
find it.
and
I'm
sweet,
gonna go find it.
he used to be a cop.
Yeah.
He used to be a cop who became a gang leader.
Oh, okay. All right. Hate that.
Yeah.
And let me go find it. Let me go find it. Let me go find it. God damn it. I don't think I'm gonna find it.
And the cops in Haiti are a whole different branch because you talked about music earlier. I'm sure Jelly's gonna make you a pleasure to explain music and politician because there's a big link between those two. Think of Clinton with the saxophone, but like with Haitian music kind of deal.
Mm.
Yeah.
And
Good old
so
President Sweet Mickey.
it's very
Wow.
intertwined. But barbecue is not that good guy. And I think the dynamics that are really important for people who don't know about the Haitian politics is you have politicians that are put by foreign interference into power because Haiti has resources and it's important to make the Republic of Haiti bow down, basically. You have politicians who do that, and then you have yes gangs, but the people of Haiti are stuck in all of this. The only time that they had a real election, they voted for a progressive guy, and America cooed the fuck out of him. So
He's
Oh,
still
it's just
alive,
a,
mind you. He did like a
yeah, he
speech
came back.
a while
He
ago.
came
he's
back.
living
I knew about
That
that
living
guy.
motherfucker is
Yeah.
like, yeah,
his
he's like Haitian.
life
Would I
inside.
say, is it accurate to say Haitian Bernie Sanders? Or is it like,
Kind of close to it, maybe with a
yeah,
little bit of like cult of personality, and then like also kind of he. This is okay. This is a little bit complicated, but like now I try not to glaze him, because he is not without criticism, but like
Yeah.
the one thing that like he constantly gets pinged on, like in his like, let's say his not reputation, his legacy, there we go,
Hmm.
is like he so like IET has not had a standing army since Aristide was in power. That was because he disbanded the army, and later on, after his like return from the coup, he disbanded the army, and he established a private standing militia known as the Chimere, which were basically like his personal like militia that only answered to him. And I'm not going to like say I'm not going to advocate for people having their own private militias. However, I am going to say that I get it.
Sure.
Like
So,
I
chat,
would
I'll
never
show you
want to
the
be in his
picture.
position. Hmm?
Oh, it's just I saw the Bert
Barbecue
posted the
picture.
Oh yeah,
The one with
Lainey, you
the
want to throw that one on screen?
What this?
Yes.
one. That's why I say he's sus. That
Sorry,
is.
Jelly, I didn't want to interrupt you about Aristide. It's just
Okay, hold on. Let me just so you
you
all
know when we
can
say a
see.
picture is worth 1,000 words, that's what we mean by that.
Literally.
It really is. It's really
Quite
something.
literally.
The grin is just like, yeah. Come on,
It's
man.
the it's
That
the
one friend
grin,
that's
and you
too
can tell he hold
American.
it up to an angle.
Such a fucking WhatsApp uncle
Uh,
ass pic.
it's so
Literally.
funny. It really is. Oh, that's good. Thank you for this. What a
Well,
delight.
yeah, I cut off Jelly about Aristide, but it's just, I
Oh
had to show
yeah.
chat.
Yeah, I guess my point is just that like, do I believe that like any kind of progressive leader could have like, like run the government effectively without a like private standing like militia? If I'm to be completely honest, no. There's just too many like hands like trying. There are just too many cooks. Which isn't to say that I think like like private standing militias are good, even in this context. It's just that like, god damn, I really would never want to be the president of IET.
Yeah, like what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Like reasonably,
And so
Oh, and
yeah,
talking
like,
about that, I think people should read Aid State. I don't know, Jelly, if you read it. I don't have the cover, but it's Aid
oh,
State
I
that
have it.
talks up. No, okay.
No, he
It's
had.
Bert.
No, they have it. They have it. They said.
Oh, wait a
Oh,
second. I probably do have it in my library, but I've never read it.
who's it by?
oh, okay. I
Jack. I mean, not Jack. God damn it,
Yeah,
Jake.
Jake Johnston. It's
Yeah.
really good.
He's
He
a.
talks about. Oh, go ahead, Bert.
Oh, he's a journalist. He's a. Basically, he covers Haiti a lot. He wrote Aid State to cover. Um, actually, now I think about it, this could trace back to U.S. aid. Um, he's like a
Oh
famous
boy.
critic of. Yeah, he's a famous critic. He hates U.S. aid. Like he
Based. Okay.
was
Which is why
like he,
like when the USAID
because
got funding, I had such like mixed feelings.
yeah, I had mixed feelings as well. Because on one hand, like I think he posted something about like how at some point during the earthquake, I guess the Haitian government was just not responding to the US. And the US was like literally like, we will cut off funding. Like we will cut off aid if you don't listen to us, basically. And yeah, he's
So the
a
reason why I'm talking about that is because Jelly said he would never be the president of Haiti,
They
but
please. Don't make
Oh,
me
they
say
sorry,
mean things about you.
sorry, Jelly. I'm ESL. No, no, I'm sorry. When Jelly
It's
they
all
said
good.
that they wouldn't want to be the president of Haiti. We have to take in consideration why. So for like a couple of decades they had two dictators who their son ran the country, and when they got out of the dictatorship supported by America, then America stepped in and occupied it. And since the earthquake, the UN, and as I talked earlier about like how there's like intervention in the country, Haiti has never got a chance of autonomy or sovereignty. So when we say, "Oh, I wouldn't want to be," well, when Jelly they say that they don't want to be the president of Haiti, it's not because like it's this lost cause. It's just that the politics of Haiti are so fucked that we have to dismantle the whole situation first, basically,
Right.
right? If I don't want to put words in the mouth of Jelly, but I just want to make
Yeah.
sure chat understand like
Like
Yeah.
I do have like solutions to that paradigm that I'll get to later on, but it really just revolves around like the concept of dual power. Just making just making it so that people like the people of Haiti living their lives need to turn less and less to the federal government for, let's say, for their education, for their food, for their like resources, whatever. Make it so that whatever department, whatever arrondissement you live in, you just have the tools, the knowledge, and the, let's say, the empowerment to do what your community needs.
Mm. Yeah, and like the thing about USAID is like it obviously has done so much more harm than good. It is like the justification for imperialism. It is like the
Yeah.
band-aid of it. And it's also not going away entirely. It's just going to be reallocated into different arms of the government. And it's good that it's going away, but it's not actually going away. Um and that's why I was trying to ask about like mutual aid groups and stuff like that to empower the people that are doing the work on the ground.
and there's might be a question for Birth and Jelly, but Kami Kinua asked what recent event that happened in Haiti though? And I think that's a great
Oh,
question to explain that they never caught a break.
Mm.
that
okay.
too.
So the most recent event that oh wait, are we not talking about the fucking drones?
Huh?
Is that the recent event that we're talking about?
Yeah, yeah. That's what I
Okay.
yeah.
So yeah, yeah, anybody unfamiliar, anybody, just coming in. Basically, the the PNH, the National Police of Haiti, they launched a raid slash assault on what's his name, Barbecue's main compound in Delma, Haiti. I mean Delma, Port-au-Prince. It's a suburb of Port-au-Prince, a little bit to the southeast, north of Pétionville, which is known as being like the Pétionville is kind of like the Bel Air of IAT, where it's like where all the rich, like well connected government officials live or whatever. Uh, and so yeah, it's north of that. So Barbecue has a compound in Delma. It gets assaulted and rated and whatever. And one of the strategies that they employed was flying like quadcopter drones. Hold on, actually, I'm going to also send a video of like the aftermath of like people find like just like Haitian people just finding one of the drones.
Oh, I
Uh,
already sent it. The Haiti Twitter account?
Yeah.
okay, yeah. Haiti
Yeah, I can
Haiti
post it.
info
Was it
fraud.
civilians that found it, or were those guys cops? I don't remember.
Oh, I don't remember, to be honest.
Because I couldn't understand it. So I was like thinking those were cops or
Oh, and something that I would like to bring up that is not talked about enough, like we talk a lot about sweatshops in the global south, which are horrible, but
Oh boy.
for
Don't even get me
Marxists
started.
or leftists or people who are interested in how industries and districts or stuff like that operates, you have more the rural who are more farmers. But in where it's more industrial, Haiti became like the sweatshop of jeans and cheap clothing for America. So that's important to always remember, right? So it's not just the resources, it's not just the geopolitical political stuff. It's not just a shame thing because we like to remind people that they got in the slave got independence and we need to shame them. It's also like a question of production and like human resources. Basically how we exploit Haitians in America or Canada or elsewhere, even Cuba and other places. In their own country they're getting exploited too, basically.
So, I'll say the mention of sweatshops.
Wait,
Makes
Hassan
me.
is playing. Mari's stream is still playing.
Oh, whoops. Sorry.
You're good.
There we go. Uh, so, with the mention of sweatshops, I do want to bring up mostly. So, USAID to the sweatshop, like that. That was those were a 1-2 punch. Uh, and so, like the USAID was cool boy. Okay, okay, okay. So the IT used to be fully food self-sufficient up until like the 80s. And now
Many
hold
such
on.
cases.
Gi-
Many such cases. That's that story of USAID
Yeah.
anywhere they went.
Now they just basically killed our agriculture industry by like dumping essentially free rice on the Haitian people, such that like farmers like if you're at the market and you got a choice between you only got $10, you got a choice between like the 50-cent rice and the $1 rice, you're gonna choose the 50-cent rice.
Mhm.
Even if it was imported by Americans or whatever. And
Yeah.
so like a lot of farmers as a result of that, they had to like watch their heart, and they did this with other like agricultural goods, not just rice. So it's like not just like the non-perishables or whatever. And
Right.
so like so many farmers had to like just sit there and watch their harvest rot. And then
Mm.
the other side of that is that they didn't have income to support themselves until the next growing season. And so they would have to like, pack up their shit, sell their land out in the countryside, and then move to the big city in hope of getting, employment, which
Right.
contributes to overpopulation in Port-au-Prince, but also in the Cap Haitien metro area. And then
Yeah.
that's where they get their like vulnerable population of like people ready to be exploited in the sweatshops. And
Hmm.
thing about the rice that they were dumping, one of my favorite things to do is just Google Haiti rice arsenic in the same sentence, and you'll find this report from the University of Washington. There's also a University of Michigan report. Oh wait, my bad. Okay, it is from the University of Michigan, and the University of Washington is just like summarizing it or whatever. Uh, but yeah,
Wow.
basically, if we can find the table, the rice that was being exported to IET was far above legal limits for like heavy metals like arsenic and cadmium, such to the point where it was just like unable to be sold in the United States. So really what they were doing is they were just dumping their agricultural waste on IET.
Ew. That's
So
Yeah.
awful.
yeah, they were literally just poisoning the Haitian people
Jesus fucking
with their quote
Christ.
unquote aid, which also choked out, the agriculture industry, forced people into sweatshops, all that good stuff. And so
Yeah.
yeah, by the time like the 80s and the 90s roll around, the Clintons are like, "Oh my God, look at this poor struggling IET. We need to give them jobs." And so they set up fucking sweatshops, both in Port-au-Prince, but also the biggest sweatshop complex in the Caribbean,
Mm.
right here in the north of Haiti, to the east of Cap Haitien. Uh, yeah, I'll say halfway between. Yeah, halfway between Fort Liberté and Cap Haitien is right here, Caracol
Fuck.
Industrial Park.
Man, so like I knew that undermining food sovereignty is central to the imperial project, obviously, but like adding like poison to that as your like aid is like
Yeah.
so nasty. Like,
That's why I had complicated feelings about USAID being defunded.
I can't
yeah.
help but laugh because god damn it fills me with rage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I feel that.
Ah, god.
It's absurd
So,
levels of evil, like it really is. Like
yeah,
comic book
absolutely.
evil.
Cartoonish, some might say.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a
I can't wait to get to like the image laundering section, but we got to get through the horrors, baby.
yeah.
Ah, and so yeah, that's the like the USA to the fucking sweatshop pipeline. Yeah, that's that. Next topic.
Oh God, I
Oh, and
forgot.
I found
I
the
was
GoFundMe
mentioning
that
it.
we did last time, the org that we tried to crowdfund. So if Chad is interested in sharing some change, I'll share
Let's
it
go.
on in the chat. It's
Thank
a
you.
great org, Chad. I know sometimes.
It's yeah, it's for what was it? It was the person described it to me as like it's
Oh,
basically to help. Let me
real quick,
me
I would just like to address a couple chat messages that I saw. So, uh, I see that y'all were mentioning the etymology of barbacoa, so or barbecue. So yeah, barbecue was the uh, so barbecue comes from the indigenous Taino word, which Taino are the indigenous people of the Caribbean. Just for anybody who didn't know, it is spelled Taino. Literally, it means the good people. In the Taino language, Tai, Tai, means good, and No is just a plural marker. So it's like the goods, or like, the good people, the ones who are good. Uh, I just dropped the spelling in chat real quick. And so, yeah, barbacoa in indigenous, in Taino was actually like the cat. But anyway, is like the setup upon which they cooked, the what we would now call barbecue. Uh, and then, hey, I love talking about indigenous Caribbean history. So yeah, fuck it. Uh, some other like pieces of Taino like vocabulary that kind of snuck their way into our modern vocabulary is like iguana. Let's see what else. Huracan. Uh, of course, barbacoa. There are several others that I'm forgetting, but yeah. Um, yeah. Then that I suppose that's what I got so far. I hope that
Barbacoa goes
clarifies
hard.
the
I like it.
Oh,
absolute.
and Jelly or Bird, do you want to explain to chat why barbecue is called barbecue, or we're passing that
I
story?
think I still don't know.
I
I'm gonna be honest.
think,
I
yeah,
don't
I think there are
trust
just too many. Like
because
it's
one of
kind of like a
the
folk mystery.
yeah, because one of the freaking propagandists, his little basically Barbie has like I'm gonna be honest, he's kind of like Haitian Osama bin Laden, where he has like little propaganda on standby.
Mm.
So like one of them was on Democracy Now, and he was like, "Oh well, come on, his name is Barbecue because his mom cooked chicken, or some dumb story like that." And then there's another rumor where he's named that because he famously burns people. So
Yeah, I was afraid it was
it's
just a
And then
up in
burning
the
some,
air
people
why he,
thing. Yeah.
yeah.
and then
Ugh.
some
So I don't
other,
know.
probably like much more anti-black sources say it's because like he actually cooks people and eats them. But
Yeah.
Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh yeah, because
Yeah.
another
Oh
thing
yeah.
talking about that, the voodoo stuff, chat, it's not something to really talk about. Even me saying the word is just so you guys know what I'm talking about. But it's just important to know, like, it's very to the land and to the people. So don't try to do voodoo at home. Like, that's not something you should appropriate.
It's a closed practice.
Also,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will just make a little un petit position. So, the basically like how you say and spell the word, like the orthography of the word itself actually changes depending on the region and like culture that you are talking about. So, Vodun is West African. Vodou
Yeah.
is is Haitian. And then
Yeah.
voodoo is American.
Yeah.
So yeah, just a little something. If you're talking about voodoo, then you're not actually talking about IT. You're talking
You're
about
talking
like
about like Louisiana, probably.
yeah, and then also like the bastardized culture that like got exposed to like the American film industry or whatever. What was that movie? What was that movie about? Like it was the dude who did the Nightmare on Elm Street, and the entire premise of the movie. It's a horror movie. It is just white
Oh,
guy goes to Haiti.
yes. Yeah, I
That's
think
a
Kind of like
horror
the
movie?
YouTuber we
It's like the
watched, the
serpent and the
YouTuber.
rainbow, or like the serpent and the lady, or something like that.
I remember it
What?
vaguely. Oh man, I used to be way into horror, but I don't remember. I don't remember.
That's
Anyway,
crazy.
yeah, very much a closed practice, which means like you aren't you aren't invited to the the
To the
worship.
barbecue.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I am
that's
willing to
crazy.
just kind of explain a little bit of the concepts, just like with like, like publicly available and like very easily Googleable, like surface level stuff. It's mostly about like ancestor worship. And so it's like, hey, if you're praying to the ancestors and let me put it this way. So like if I was one of the ancestors and I saw some random white man like praying to me to like I don't know like make his girlfriend come back to him, I would smite him on the spot.
Yeah. At very least, it's bad karma. I saw at the Super Bowl there was some white lady doing something like stabbing a doll of one of the players. Like I guess I don't know what the fuck. I need them to stop. We need to stop white women until we figure out what's going on.
Also, worth noting that the majority of Haitians, even the ones who practice voodoo, have never seen a voodoo doll in their life. It
Hmm.
is
Yeah,
just
they don't know what that
not
is.
it is just not a part of the religion. It
Oh,
Yeah,
and
does
that's
not
I don't know. I
immediately
don't
it
know
is
where
a
Americans get
figment
that
of
from.
like yeah, it is a figment of like the Hollywood imagination.
Right.
yeah,
Yeah.
and the other thing too is that usually Haitians are Christians, so it's like
Yeah.
it's just a
They're either
Nine
stereotype.
Christian or Catholic, yeah.
yeah,
I
At
Yeah.
didn't
least in
know
my
that.
99%.
experience, I'm a mix of both. I'm Christian and Roman Catholic, but majority of Haiti is like Roman Catholic people,
Yeah,
very religious.
99% of the population is like some form of Christian, or at least
Yes.
nominally so.
Yeah.
The other 1% is willing to admit on a census form that they practice voodoo.
Right.
Yeah. And
Which isn't to say that like, like maybe more Haitians like, do perform voodoo. Like there is like the kind of Haitian who will like say uh so like when I was referring to like the ancestors earlier, so like their proper name is the Loa, LWA or LOA, depending on how old the source you're reading is. But LWA is the modern like orthography of it. So the Loa, uh, that those are like the ancestors, and so like if you're familiar with like Japanese Shinto, then it kind of looks a lot like that, where like maybe like you have like maybe you have like an altar for like your grandmother who passed a few years ago, and you know let's say like your like great great grandfather, his favorite meal was I don't know, griot, so you like make griot every like the first Tuesday of every month. It's shit like that, and like
Yeah.
making offerings at your like little family altar or whatever. And so like there will be a lot of Haitians who say like, "Oh, uh, you know, yeah, sure, I serve the law, I serve the ancestors, but of course, I am a good Christian." So it's like, yeah, there's also like a little bit of complicated relationships where like and just straight up admitting that you practice voodoo can actually put you and your family at risk. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's a complicated relationship there.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, like
there's a lot of guilt in Catholicism and Christianity, it tied up in there. Also, just in general with faith, I guess.
yeah.
Uh,
Oh yeah, I don't know if you guys and gals and Dempers. I hate the monarchy, but that's the only thing I could come up with. Do you guys want to talk about like maybe Toussaint and the revolution that happened, or do we stick around with the modern
Finally,
stuff?
I get my opportunity to get my feelings off
Yeah,
about Toussaint.
Jelly got all that. I don't. I don't know. I only know about some of the modern things that's going on. That's it.
I got some fucking smoke for all of the revolutionary leaders. Uh, so, um, I guess how far back should I start? So I suppose
Mm.
The beginning.
I
The very beginning is wild.
okay. Well, so I guess if I want to like speed run through like the colonial period, uh, hold
You
on,
don't
let me
actually have to
open up
start at the
Google Maps.
beginning, but
Okay.
prehistory.
Uh yeah, I can give it like a real quick prehistory. Let me open up my. All
Got
right.
it.
So, bang. All right. So, history of decolonization of the Caribbean begins in, I don't know, somewhere in here. Oh, Cadiz. So yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Christopher Columbus departed out of Cadiz, Spain, crossed the ocean blue or whatever, ended up in where is it? Long Island, Bahamas. Yeah, right around here. This was
Mhm.
where he made landfall. Uh, and
Wait,
from
really? I
there
did not know
he
that.
went.
Fuck.
Yeah, he first made landfall into Bahamas.
Wow.
So yeah, I guess that's a good segue into the fact that like a lot of people don't know that like Columbus's expedition is very explicitly Caribbean history.
Hmm.
Like
Yeah.
that,
Yeah.
like people like especially in North America, I noticed that people like try to like like lump Columbus into like North American history. Like he was like running around Florida and like Georgia or whatever, running around and doing genocide in to the indigenous people of like North America,
Mhm.
when no, he was localized in the Caribbean. uh and so yeah, made landfall. Where is it? Yeah, uh Morristown, where is it? There, right around here.
The
There's
West
actually a
Indies?
mock.
What?
Yeah, to be honest, I and a lot of other Caribbean people don't actually mind the term West Indies. To be honest, I personally, I in circles where people understand it, I tend to say Antilles, but I actually don't mind the term West Indies despite its nature.
I'm sorry. I
But
was
yeah,
just reading chat. It was Quinoa Club. I've literally never heard the West Indies in my life. Frankly, I
oh
don't
really?
It's
think I've
more, yeah. It's It's probably
So,
more of a Caribbean thing because I've heard of it a bunch of times.
so yeah,
So
Oh,
to be
and
honest,
how is it called?
yeah,
Djeli, the island? How is Haiti and Republican Dominican island called? There's a special name for it that I forgot about.
Hezbollah, I mean
Yeah.
Hispaniola.
Hezbollah.
Hezbollah? What did I? How did I mess that up? How did I? How did I?
So it is.
How did
So
I?
so there are like two conflicting names. So it's like both have been alleged to refer to the entire island. One is IET, which has been adopted by the country, by the Republic of Haiti in their choice of name, and then the other one is Kiskea. Hold on, I can write it in chat real quick. Uh, it has two spellings depending on what language you're reading. Kiskea, and then I'll also include the Haitian spelling. Kiskea. There we go. And so, yeah, first voyage, Columbus makes landfall right around here, then goes down to Cuba, then actually wrecks his boat. Like how he sailed the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria? Well, he actually wrecked the Santa Maria in the Cape of Cap-Haïtien.
Rip
And so, rip fucking bozo. And so, yeah, like
Dumbass.
the ruins
Ended
of
up
that
on the
boat are
wrong
actually,
boat.
yeah, they are actually still down here somewhere. And so he ended up help like getting help from the local cacique, which is the like Taino, the indigenous Taino term for chief. We called them caciques, and so he got some help from the local cacique to like build up a like salvage whatever material he could from the ship as it was sinking, and then like build a fort over here somewhere. And long story short, uh yeah, he left like 32, 33 men to like man the fort until he left. So he sailed off here and then just, went back to Spain. He came back and, maybe like a year later and everyone was dead. Uh, long story
Oh
short,
shit.
people weren't too fond of
Yeah.
their presence, even from jump. Such
And they
that
were
like the
right.
Yeah,
first,
when you put a bunch of Spaniards in a land, and you know,
so yeah, the first anti-colonial fighter in like the Western Hemisphere is a Taino cacique by the name of Caonabo. Uh, so yeah, he is a bit of a legend, a folk hero, whatever.
are
Uh,
the Dominicans claiming him now?
I assume they would. I'm pretty sure I've seen him on like
Really?
postage stamps.
Wait,
That's
don't the
crazy that
Dominicans
they're
claim
claiming
that?
him now.
Yeah, don't they claim
You know
that
the
they're
real
Spanish?
part. Hmm?
Don't the Dominicans claim that they're Spanish or Europeans or some stuff? Bert showed me
Yeah,
some.
I know, but I didn't know they were claiming like Dino heroes now.
The
That's just
real crazy
mean,
part.
man. That's our guy. Okay.
The real crazy part is like like Kao Nabo wasn't even born in the island of Haiti. He was actually
Hmm.
born in the Lucayan archipelago, which, for anybody uninitiated, the Lucayan archipelago is, oop, there we go, the indigenous name for the Bahamas. It's like one of those things where, like, there's only one Bahama, like, here. And so, like, the colonizers came here and say, oh, okay, what do you call this? Oh, this is Bahama. And then, oh, okay, these are all the Bahamas. Okay, cool, fine. Uh,
Hmm.
and
Classic.
yeah,
Yeah.
and so yeah, like the indigenous name for this whole structure right here is the Lucayan archipelago, and the people who inhabited it were the Lucayans. And Kaunabo was actually a Lucayan. Now, just a fun little tidbit is uh, prior to colonization, the indigenous people of the Caribbean, the Lucayans, the Taino, and the Kalinago to the southeast in the Windward Islands, uh, or I guess Leeward, yeah, uh, they all had like vast interconnected maritime trade network where it's like you would see like pottery and like stone tools and like just ceramics coming out of Haiti and also sometimes Cuba, but to a lesser degree, but mostly Haiti and modern Dominican Republic, going towards the Bahamas, which like they didn't have. So like pottery was basically mastered when the Arawaks left Venezuela, modern Venezuela, and like started populating the. You know what? Hold on, I am going to like stop streaming briefly to pull up a PowerPoint that I have on the subject. I'm just the kind of person to have multiple PowerPoints on this
Hell
shit.
yeah.
So
I love a fucking PowerPoint. Let's go. I also love art history, so this is perfect for me. I'm so sad. I do I
yeah,
do need to come right back though. I'll be listening, but I'll be in chat. Um I have a migraine, so my
I
migraine medication makes me pee a lot. It
ooh,
sucks.
have fun.
Yeah,
Don't fall in.
thanks.
Don't fall in, really.
Ah, okay. I think I have this up now. Just loading real quick. Okay, there we go. Sharing screen. All right. Can stream see this?
Let me see.
I just want to make sure, but I just want to make sure before I like get too like deep in the weeds here.
Yeah,
Okay, stream can see it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. So, like pottery was already like like mastered by the Arawaks, like well before like 1200 BC or so when they would have like I guess 1200 or 900 BC when they would have yeah sometime between those two time frames when they would have started populating the Caribbean the Antillean island chain. And so in that era you see what we call saladoid era pieces. So that's what we see on the left half of this slide where it's like it's all like very super smooth, like glazed, has like, like red paintings and ornaments on it. And it's all just like super nice and polished. And so, yeah, that's Saladoid era pottery, which is named after the region in Venezuela where like the first instances of these pottery were found. And you can actually find Saladoid era pottery as far like up the island chain as Puerto Rico. However, like after they started like populating like further and further west, uh, you start to see the Saladoid style kind of disappear. And so uh the next era is called the Ostranoid era where like Taino pottery starts to take like a more simple form as they begin to like adapt and mold themselves to like the variety of different ecosystems in their new like in the new environments that they have chosen. So it's like as they begin to like to solve the new problems of the mountains and the plains and of course the sea coast and the rivers and the jungles, etc. They pottery began to take a more like purely functional role, and so that's where we start to see like the style of Ostranoid era pieces where it's like they tend to be a lot simpler. They're like there still may be ornaments in these pieces. However, they tend to be a lot more subdued. And so, moving on from that, after, like a few centuries of Ostrinoid era pottery, uh, we start to see like the first, like, like purely like stylized Caribbean pottery with Mayakoid era pottery. So, like, that's what we see over here, mostly in the top half of the screen. So, like, the top half of the screen, you'll notice that they started like scoring the pottery with like thin lines. You'll see in the top, yeah, in the top right, you'll see like fragments of a bunch of Mayakoid era pottery. I couldn't find any like whole pieces, but yeah, and they would also occasionally come with like a little bit of red paint on them when they're fired. And so yeah, that's Mayakoid era pottery. However, it does later get like rather like quickly usurped by what's called Chicoid era pottery. So it's like when if you were to ever like Google like Taino pottery, like Chicoid pottery will be what comes up. Like this is like the defining. Oh, hold on. I'm sorry, but my little man, my cat jumped up onto my computer tower, and he knows he's not allowed up there because he's actually turned my computer off on stream twice now.
They
Uh,
know. They know what they're doing.
Menaces.
he is a, yeah, he is a fucking menace, but he is my menace. Uh, and so like if you Google Taino pottery, like Chicoid era pottery is what comes up. It is like the defining Taino style. It is like so like it is a progression from the Mayakoid era that you see at the top half of the screen, where like you start scoring the lines, but like you'll notice that like the scoring becomes a lot thicker and a lot more even. Uh, and like it is around this time that like it's very clear that like pottery is like now like reintroduced itself as like a very important local like staple art form, where it's like people start putting like a lot of time into the ornaments of it all again. And so yeah, to be honest, my favorite piece in this picture is the one that's actually still whole in the like the bottom middle, but you can also just see like a bunch of different figures like throughout. Uh,
I feel like you can also tell like when they made the pottery wheel because like those like regular straight lines are clearly made on a wheel. Like
oh yeah,
very
but
cool.
yeah, that is just a little bit of a Taino like art history on like oh I will also say that they did uh let me just Google something real quick. They did also carve from manatee bones. So like oh wait, Cahoba inhaler is what I should look up. Wait, is it Cohiba? Really? Yeah, it's Cahoba. But one of my favorite actually never mind, never mind. Let me not, because I just realized that it might not be like great. It's safe for a stream.
Oh god.
Uh but yeah, it's just a piece of artwork. It's a inhaler of like some sort of what's it called, psychedelic substance that is just a dude bussing it wide open and
I need
Wait,
to see
what?
this,
yeah,
but yeah, probably not on stream. Maybe like
yeah,
in Discord later.
yeah. Uh, so yeah, it is. It's
Awesome.
probably one of my favorite pieces of Taino artwork. Uh, so yeah, that is where I'm at. Uh, so yeah, that's Taino artwork. So yeah, there. So yeah. Oh yeah. Back to the prehistory of Haiti. So yeah, pottery was coming out of Haiti and Dominican Republic, to a lesser degree Cuba, and oh yeah. By the way, the full indigenous name of Cuba is Cubanascnan for anybody who wants like bonus points on the exam. Uh, and heading towards the Bahamas in exchange for like fish and like conch and shells and pearls. By the way, there is a so conch. Anybody who is unfamiliar, it is a sea snail and native to the Caribbean island basin. We have what is called the queen conch, and it does produce pearls like many other mollusks.
Oh, I didn't know
And
that.
yeah,
Whoa. I thought it was just clams.
and conch pearls are actually pink and
Those are so
oval in shape.
pretty. Oh, I need it. Oh my god, I love them.
Yeah, they are probably one of my favorite gems.
So pretty.
Like they have like a very like Barbie color palette.
Yes.
Here some other they can range from like kind of whitish, kind of like off-white beige, maybe like a little hint of pinkish, over to like the flamingo and the like the orange and yeah. Uh
I love it.
they yeah, they're pretty amazing. Oh, and they're also harder and more durable than like traditional like bivalve pearls. So yeah,
Cool.
they are very sought after by like gem collectors.
I
Uh
literally had no idea. And incredible.
yeah. And so like those so like those would be coming out of like the I'm sorry, Lucine archipelago for like, people to like trade for and like make jewelry and like the lesser Antilles and the greater Antilles and whatever. And then from the Lesser Antilles, from the Kalinago, like there's several like volcanically active islands especially in the northern part of especially in the northern part of the Lesser Antilles, and so that's where you can get things like jade and obsidian, and so like they'd also like use that to make jewelry, you know, throughout this whole like trade network. Uh, and so, uh, I suppose I could move on to like, Columbus and like his whole shit. Uh Actually, goddamn, if I want to get to IET, then I really actually have to skip maybe like 200 years.
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
so
I
Yeah,
was
no, just skip a
literally, I was
yeah,
kidding when I said do prehistory.
skip a few, yeah, skip a few years.
so
I can
yeah,
do that later
Skip
for
two
for
so yeah,
chat.
centuries.
we are skipping right up to right before the revolution. So, uh France decided on a slavery max build. So like they bought the island from the Spanish in 1697, and when they did, they decided, you know what? Whatever you think like the worst that slavery can be, we are going to try to achieve that and then do better than that. Uh
Oh,
so
and let's
yeah.
add for chat too that Haiti back in those days was considered the island with the most resources. So today we think of Haiti as the poorest country, which is still weird, but Haiti had a bunch of resources, a bunch of people, like it was a valued
And hell, it still
island.
has a bunch of resources,
Yeah,
which is
Still
why
does.
we haven't escaped this pattern.
Right.
exactly.
Oh yeah,
So yeah,
I
it's just
guess
when the
a,
British,
a
not
point
the
that
British,
I
the Spanish and the French.
Yeah,
French
another point
people.
that I may end up bringing up later on is just that, like, throughout these northern mountains, there's just like veins of like copper and bauxite and gold and oil and coal, etc., such that like this whole like northern mountain chain extending from like Anse Rouge in the west all the way down into like the mountains of like Maguana. It's called the mineralization belt in I don't know if it has that name in English, but I know it has that name in like French and Haitian. So it's like it's called la ceinture mineralisation. There we go. Um, and so yeah,
Kind of like the Rust Belt in the north of America, but for Haiti. The belt,
yeah.
the
And so yeah, decided on a slavery max build, created the worst possible conditions imaginable. Uh, one huge problem with their build was that they invented the worst forms of slavery imaginable before they formally invented racism, which is a little bit funny. Uh,
Yeah.
so the thing is that like they had, these like terrible systems of like abject torture that would, just make it so that like the average lifespan of a kidnapped African was, 7 years once they landed on the island of Haiti. However, uh how do I politely put this? It was not uncommon for these white people in power to have coercive relationships with the people whom they brought there. So it was also very common to see like, like mixed race people, born of these two like intermerging groups. Now, this is where the whole like they forgot to invent racism thing comes in. So they would actually afford many times for like these children to like like go to school and I don't know like get their education in France and like live more or less as free and whatever. And so the problem with that is like the majority of the like the French people who came over, like they were really just going there to like get themselves a plantation, earn enough money to be an absentee landlord, and then move back to France. Whereas they now had a population of landed and like influential. The term is colored. Nobody like don't go ascribing your fucking American racial ideologies and hangups to this particular context. I simply won't care. Uh, and
Oh yeah, and
so,
there's a word too that if you read books like the CLR James book, there's like a word that chat should know not to say.
oh
The
yeah,
M word
mulatto.
of those. Yeah, I can't
Yeah.
say it.
Uh,
So it's just to make sure that chat knows about that. What Jelly is going to explain about the
I don't
history,
know.
if you read the
I don't.
history
Yeah,
book.
that's. I don't know if that's my slur or not, so I'm not saying it. But you shouldn't say it either, chat.
so yeah, I don't really enjoy saying it either. It's just like one of those things where like we got to know, and then also just know that it is synonymous with the term colored in this context. If I mean black, I
Yeah.
will say black. Uh, so yeah, there is just this population of like free coloreds who will like because they like don't have the same like ties to Europe. They don't spend as so like one thing about the French in the island is that they spent like a lot of their money importing French or generally European like comforts and like how do I put it like not like leisure just decorations and like just stuff to make their home in IT more like Europe, like that kind of thing. Uh and like the free coloreds of the island, they didn't really have that same inclination. And then also like I mentioned earlier, like the French people were explicitly trying to make enough money to get the fuck out. Whereas the free coloreds of the island, they were like accumulating wealth and power and influence while also staying within the island. So like they accumulated generational power. And so it's like one of those things where like, like people would actually know you and your father and your grandfather and know that they were all like influential people within your particular city or uh arrondissement or department or possibly even entire country or whatever. Uh and so that's where we kind of get like the kind of person like Vincent Auger. So Vincent Auger, uh, Auger. He was a Haitian revolutionary. He was a free colored who it's kind of like oh damn. Oh, I just realized this is the Haitian page. But yeah, which is why, you know what? Brief tangent. That right there is why I advocate for, if you in chat speak a low resource language, please, 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 please translate Wikipedia articles in your family's native tongue, in your family's language. Because
Yeah.
do not even get me started on like, so like y'all see the difference in length right now. Do not even get me started on the Wikipedia page for tree when I first found Haitian Wikipedia. It was all of 11 words. Uh,
Jesus.
and so yeah, I so yeah, you'll find in my bio like Wikipedia translator, like this is what I fucking do. And
It's so useful. Go
damn.
ahead.
And
Like,
so yeah, it's like making the information especially my focus is with STEM topics, not so much with history, but yeah, just like making like scientific information like digestible and accessible for people within like your community, because like many times, like even if they decide to learn English, they're still going to think about and conceptualize their world in terms of the language that they grew up with. And but yeah, just one thing
what do you mean F
that's
wiki?
actually
I'm sorry, I have to address chat. What do you mean F wiki?
whoa.
Okay,
Whoa.
shots fired. Okay, shots
Ban that
fired.
chatter. Ban that chatter. Ban that
Ban,
chatter
ban that
immediately.
mod.
Ban that
Mods,
chatter.
ban that mod.
Mods, ban
um,
yourself.
it's a useful resource, and like you can vet the sources yourself if you need to on a certain topic, and you should do that. But it's a useful aggregate of sources.
Also,
Wiki,
one thing
yeah,
that's
wiki.
actually
Oh, you
oh,
can go.
one
The
thing
only
that's just
thing I
killing
hope
me.
for, Jelly, is that Dominicans don't speak Haitian, so they go put whatever they want on the wiki page. That's the only thing I wish
They
for. I want
probably no.
Haitian.
Some of them probably do though. That's the thing.
I know, right?
Yeah.
So the one
Because
thing that's actually
Wikipedia is
killing me
great,
about
but
that's
Mhm.
killing me about this article is like it's very symptomatic of like the problem that I'm talking about. Uh, and like the Wikipedia article for tree that I mentioned earlier. Like you see the biography section right here. This section right here, all it says is important dates. This this section right here, it says works, and all it says is stuff he did.
Helpful. Wow.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, yeah. So that is the kind of thing that I'm talking about. Like, if you have the time to invest in like putting like like information in your low resource language, like if you have time to put into translating that shit, then please fucking do it. Like the fucking Wikipedia thing, it has like a function where like you just like go paragraph by paragraph on like say like the English or the French Wikipedia article or whatever like whatever base language you want to start from, and then you can just like click paragraph by paragraph and it'll translate the whole paragraph, and then all you have to do is edit it. It
Dusto
it
says
is
weakest character sheet. I can't D&D with this.
That is true though.
Real.
That is it is the weakest
I could
character
come
sheet
up
I've
with
ever
better.
seen. Yeah.
and so yeah, that's the problem that I'm talking about. So now actually onto the story of Vincent Auger. So like he was a colored a free colored who basically accrued wealth and power to the point where like many of so like
I'm sorry.
I
Cause of
mentioned that
death,
around
execution by breaking wheel. I don't think I want to know what that is. Never
oh
mind. Never
oh
mind.
oh you don't know about breaking at the wheel. Oh boy.
No, I
So
don't.
it if you
Nah, we should not talk
yeah
about
you
that.
I'm
I
yeah
think
I'm
I know
not
what
going
that
to
is.
talk about it. I'm not going to
Yeah,
talk about it.
that's cursed.
I know very well what it is, and it's the kind of death that is not designed to like simply kill you. It is the
Yeah.
kind of
Yeah.
death that is designed to break you in essence and make an example of you. So
Wonka.
it's
Oh no.
Okay,
yeah,
yeah,
like
it's a
I'm not
Monka
gonna get
moment.
into detail, but like think like Death of a Thousand Cuts type thing, but far more gruesome. Uh, and so
Just
like
Monka.
yeah, that's the treatment that Vincent Auger got. And that's because so yeah, I mentioned like he's the kind of free colored who like like various racist laws that the French developed after the fact after they realized that wait a second, the colors are getting too much power. Even those racist laws, most of them didn't apply to this particular guy, Vincent Auger. And uh so when the Declaration of the Rights of Man dropped in like 17 like 90 or so, so like the Declaration of the Rights of Man was like a like concession from the French King Henri the 16th. I mean Louis the 16th, my bad. Uh, with like the like growing unrest in the people to say like, okay, fine, fine. Everybody has inalienable rights. Okay, fine, fine. Can I keep being king? Uh, and the thing is, like, of course, like, like news ships and like shipments and like all that stuff left out of IT and came in on the daily. So like it wasn't very long. So like the travel delay is like about 2 months. But yeah, it wasn't very long before like the Declaration of the Rights of Man, like the news of it reached IT, and then once it did, Vincent Auger was like, okay, cool. I have rights. I can vote. And so when he went to vote in his next local election, they were just like, ugh, I'm not sure about that one,
I
fella.
don't know about you. Yeah, go back.
uh, we, we
Oh wait, they
we
didn't
got
have
we got the
southern
unsavories in
accents. My
here.
bad. Wrong accent. You
And
must
so
go back.
yeah,
Get those.
I know.
Oh no.
I know. Fuck.
But so yeah, they were just like, ooh, don't know about this one. And then they turned him away, and then he was like, you know what? Fine, cool. And then he like started an insurrection. Uh and his insurrection was actually rather quickly put down, and he was broken at the wheel, like whole death of a thousand cuts thing, but think more like death of a thousand broken bones. Uh and
Oh.
yeah, they were like so like the
Monka.
perception of like his death throughout like the north of IT because he was from Cap Haitien. Uh so like yeah, like right around here. And so like the perception around his death is like, oh, this dude just got like broken at the wheel. The most heinous shit you could ever imagine. All for what? Exercising his right to vote? And so it was from that point on in 1990 that people kind of got the idea okay, yeah, nothing is reconcilable here. And so the next year, like 1791, Haitian Revolution begins. There's the famous fucking uh, voodoo ceremony in Bois Caiman, which is somewhere in the outskirts of Cap Haitien, uh, where, yeah, just like uh, a bunch of enslaved Africans met, for a voodoo ceremony, which involved like a night of like eating and drinking and dancing and whatever, and then also included a like. So the thing about this plan is that like they had already been planning for like weeks and months, you know, about like the logistics of this insurrection. However, like word had broken out to the like landowning to the slave owning class. And the thing is like the funny thing about it is that like racism really just rots your brain down to the core. Cause like the news of this insurrection reached the slave owning class, and they just simply went, you know what? Nah, they ain't smart enough. They can't organize. They don't. What? You
What do you mean
mean
they can or? What do you mean they
you
can
mean more?
organize?
You mean like
Stupid. Who cares?
they can think for themselves?
The
You
hubris.
mean they can like think and like cooperate?
The
Uh,
Please.
hubris.
and
Classic.
do like our revolutionary stupid.
And so yeah. Uh but regardless, they had the meeting at Bois and they decided, all right, secret's out. We got to act now. So it's now or never. And so like, they have the ceremony, whatever. Everybody takes the vow, and the next day, shit pops off. Uh, and that's where you get like the first like legendary photo. Uh, and that is actually when the city of Cap Haitien burns the first time. So if I remember correctly, the city of Cap Haitien, which was known as the Paris of the Antilles. Now, like Cap Haitien is basically like it's like if I were to put this in American context, like DC is the capital of the United States, but like New York is where all of the foreigners want to go. Like that is the city that like foreigners think of and go like, "Wow, America is so beautiful. I really want to go see like, like the beauties of America and whatever and all that shit." They're thinking of New York, not the capital city.
Right. Or LA.
And it's a
Yeah.
similar and so yeah, it's a similar thing with IT where a little too far. So like Port-au-Prince is the administrative capital at this time. However, uh, Cap Haitien is the city with the reputation as the Paris of the Antilles. It was this city that was like, kind of like, it was kind of viewed as the thing in IT that was like so precious, even too precious to lose. Uh, and like it was actually here where like a majority of the plantations were, because like you'll also notice that like Cap Haitien, so like sugarcane needs like extremely flat and like very irrigable land, and so yeah, you'll notice that like Cap Haitien very readily fits that bill. uh and so yeah, this was so yeah, in the first insurrection of like the summer of 1791, that is when Cap Haitien burns for the first time. uh there actually developed a I'll say a bit of a macabre tactic where it's like the angry formerly enslaved Africans would like you know they by the way, just like another like like piece of a fun fact about the revolution is that like as a result of like their work in sugarcane fields, hold on, quick Google, Haiti sugarcane fields, I don't know, 1600. I suppose it would be 1700s.
Yeah, 1700.
There, there's a particular photo that I'm looking for. Uh, and it seems like it's not showing up, but uh, bang. Or this one's probably more clear. Pretty much
Monka, that's in
every.
Dior.
Oh damn.
That's a
But
yeah.
same. The point that I'm getting at is the same. Just like working in the sugarcane fields, you'll notice that all of these people are carrying a machete. A machete. Uh, you need a large, broad blade in order to like chop down the sugarcane, in order to like break it down into pieces, in order to like like prepare it for like running through the press and whatever.
Yeah,
And so
sugarcane
like
is like
you,
thick. Thick.
Yeah.
yeah. And so you just have all of these people carrying these broadswords just as farming implements.
Right.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Yes. Like
Uh,
a sickle, perhaps.
yeah,
We
perhaps
weren't
like a
doing
sickle.
anything.
And
These are just
so,
farming.
Yes.
Smile.
Smile.
yeah, there actually is a Haitian martial art form that developed specifically around machete fencing, and it is called tire machette.
Yeah.
Uh,
I've seen videos of
literally,
this. It's crazy.
yeah, literally, it means like throwing swords or like pulling swords.
Damn.
And so, well, to be honest, yeah, I'll say like more along the lines of like uh throwing swords, kind of like in
Yeah.
the same way that like we might say like throwing hands or whatever.
Mm.
And so yeah, just IET has its own martial art form, a all Haitian original where people fence with machetes. However, like it was also
Damn.
like the kind of thing where like you were not allowed. Okay, yep. This right here is so like you were not allowed
Oh.
to like like carry weapons or whatever. But this right here is called tirer bois. So it's like instead of carrying your machete for like, self-defense purposes, you would carry a long stick of like broad wood, the rough like shape of your machete. And so this right here, tirer bois, it literally means like throwing wood, and it's kind of like the practice form of tirer machette, and it's like the kind of like you would teach to kids and whatever, uh,
No, give the
as
kids the
pictured in
machetes.
No,
give
don't
the
do
kids machetes.
that, please.
No, that's cool though.
And so yeah, so
Fencing with the
yeah,
machete is badass.
and yeah, like
Yeah.
there's some videos of like people just really like going at it full speed. It is
Yeah. I've seen some of those videos. It's crazy.
Damn.
I
and
can't do
so
it.
yeah, in fact, it's a bit of a tangent, but like after the Haitian Revolution, Haiti also sent some soldiers to Cuba and also to
I think
Colombia. Yeah, to
Colombia and
aid in like
Cuba.
independent.
Yeah.
Yeah, and to like aid in independence efforts. And so like uh Cuba and like Colombia specifically have like their own like specific styles of tire machete. So it's like I forget the names of them. So it's like you what we can call like classic tire machete, out of like IT, and then you get I believe it's called like palo estrito in Colombia, and then also palo doble, which is like a combination of like machete in one hand and then a piece of wood in the other. And yeah, there's actually just like a whole bunch of like different like cool like variations of like how like Thierry Machette kind of like adapted to various environments, especially in like post-revolutionary war efforts. Also, there is like a thing like of the era called it's like it would come to in later in like post-independent years be called the secret of Dessalines. So anybody unfamiliar, Jean-Jacques Dessalines is the leader of the revolution at the time of independence. So like Toussaint was the leader like for like several years up to independence. However, he was captured, died in a French prison, whatever. Dessalines, who was his right hand man, took took charge in his absence and then led IET through like the final charge of the Leclerc expedition. Uh,
And I
and
just want to
so
add, Jelly, just
Mhm.
because you went very quickly on the Napoleon thing. Chat, when Haiti got independence, Napoleon sent some troop, failed. So Toussaint said, I'm going to be the good guy and I'm going to go to France to ask the royals because they still wanted a good relationship with France. And Napoleon said, fuck you, you're Haitian, you're a bad person. Put him in jail. And not only did Toussaint just starve, he died of the cold because Napoleon wanted to shame him. So when I say we want to shame Haitian history, that's what I mean by that. That's why I like that Djeli just went quickly. Like they tortured the leader of a new republic of freed slaves. That's how France treated Toussaint.
That's why I hated the
Hey,
Napoleon movie.
oh yeah. So specifically, Napoleon, he was like Toussaint. Fuck that nigga in particular. So like
Yeah, fuck him.
the,
I don't get why they made a
and
movie
he
about him. Fuck him. Fuck
so like the
him.
thing is like Toussaint was actually ripping directly out of fucking Napoleon's playbook, and so like Napoleon, he like accrued power in like France or whatever from like like going on like unauthorized military campaigns, like going and like conquering regions, saying, hey, I got Catalonia now. Hey, what?
I'm
Come
that
on,
man. Look at
what
me.
what
Look at
what
me.
what are you gonna
Cool
do?
band.
What are you gonna do?
What you gonna
Fire
do
me?
about that?
I'm, I'm your most successful general. Come on.
Yeah,
Do you want Northern
give it to
Italy now?
me.
Do you want
Mhm.
Corsica? You want Sicily?
Even though I'm a little short, you better respect me.
He was
And the
actually
other
average
thing
height.
too,
That the thing
Oh,
is
yeah,
okay.
like
he had
the whole
small.
mhm.
But I just wanted to add too that Toussaint is not a great guy, Chad. Like he wanted
Oh,
to
yep. I
enslave.
can't stand him.
Yeah. So, choose your revolutionaries or your good guys, quote unquote. Like Toussaint is not a good guy. He wanted to enslave Haitians. So
Like
he
one thing
did
I
the
will
revolution
repeatedly
to
say. One thing I will repeatedly say about the Haitian Revolution is that there are no heroes in the Haitian Revolution. Uh, which like I remember the last time I said that Philippe brought up, just a very nice like little addendum to that. It's like the only heroes in the Haitian Revolution are the like people on the ground gave up their lives, like actually in the fray, fighting, just as infantry or whatever. But the leadership structure fucked to all hell. Like if you think you have found somebody who you can like uncritically like support and enjoy, you are wrong.
Yeah.
And so, yeah,
Yeah, no, always be critical of everyone, you know? No perfect revolutionary.
and so yeah, like my thing about Toussaint is like sure he like, like made the commitment to like abolishing slavery, quote unquote, but he established a authoritarian military labor regime in its place. And it's like, okay, fine. We're all free from the white man's slavery, but now we all are forced by a black military to stay on our plantations, not move around, and then, cool, we don't get whipped anymore. But now they have batons and machetes. And so it's like, okay, we made progress apparently.
Yeah.
And so yeah, I'm not a fan of Toussaint at all. I actually yeah, I will say I despise him. However, the flowers that I will give him, the credit that is due to him, is that he was the probably one of the most like savvy political maneuverers of this era. Like he like him like positioning himself as the most powerful person in IET at the time was no accident, and it is the result of his like particularly savvy ability to like always be in the right place at the right time. And that's not luck, it's just him recognizing where the right place and the right time were. Like for example, like the Haitian independence movement wasn't just fought against the French. It also had like conflicting interests with the Spanish and the British. So
and
it's
to my
like
understanding, if I remember Jelly, he was from a family that was more free, or his
He
dad
was
read.
it was from
so he was born
affluent.
into enslavement, but he had basically the he hit the lottery as a like enslaved African in Haiti, in having in like living on a coffee plantation with a benevolent as we can attribute to a literal fucking human trafficker, uh a benevolent I don't want to use the term benevolent trafficker. uh and so like coffee like sugar plantation work and coffee plantation work are two entirely different, like, just they're not the same. So like
Yeah.
sugar plantation work, it is like far more dangerous, and it's where like a lot of that like that's average life expectancy is only 7 years, and it's because sugar plantations like skew so far on the other end of like we just kill niggas as soon as they get here. But
Yeah.
like with coffee plantations, it's more mundane than it is like life threatening, because like with sugarcane plantations, like you constantly have to like work with machetes and like work around like giant like rollers to press the sugarcane juice out, and god forbid you get your fingers too close to the rollers, you will lose an arm. uh and
For those who like
living around.
Cuba, before the Castro Revolution, when they started to industrialize, it's the same type of labor. If you guys went to Cuba or read about Cuba, like sugar plantation is horrendous to work with. And it could be maybe interesting, Jelly, to talk about how Toussaint rose up to the ranks with the dynamics of the colored people, the French uh, aristocracy, and even the poor
Yeah.
white people, because there were white people who were poorer than colored people, and all those dynamics,
I
which
think
breaks
the
the
white poor people, if I'm not mistaken, I think those people were Polish, I think. Because I do remember hearing the Polish
No,
bit, but
Polish come in
or
at a
am I
different
tripping?
time. These were
Okay,
just
bet.
like regular ass French people who just like didn't necessarily have the money to buy land, but like came in as like lower level bureaucrats trying to like bootstrap themselves into the system and like become plantation owners or whatever.
Got it, got it, got it.
And so
Sorry. Just a quick linguistic clarification for chat. I think people misheard you when you said Haiti. It's just Haiti, what we say in America. It's properly said as Haiti. Is that right?
yep. So, bang, I'm going to drop the endonym in chat. It is AET.
Haiti. Nice.
So,
IET.
Thank you.
so yeah, in Arabic and Russian and a bunch of other languages, it is pronounced like IET, but with an H, so Haiti. Uh, and to be honest, I like that pronunciation better than like because like so many of like pretty much every other language actually hits the mark besides English. So
Yeah,
like
English
in
sucks.
French.
English,
In
yeah,
French,
English
it's
is the one that says
IT. Yeah.
Haiti. Uh, but yeah, like in Spanish, Haiti. In French, Haiti. In fucking Russian, Haiti. In fucking what's it called? What's it called? Arabic, Haiti. In German, Haiti. But yeah, it's like one of those
Typical.
things like unique.
And then you got
Yeah,
English people being
uniquely.
like, it's Haiti, actually.
Haiti. God.
So yeah, it's one of those things where like goddamn. All right. Uh, so like original orthography. Uh,
I'm sorry, just
I.
tangent.
Mhm. Oh, I don't mind. I with a diuresis. There we go. I, I don't have like international keyboard or whatever, so I gotta just like steal this letter from the from the Wikipedia. Uh, so the original orthography of IET looked like that.
Oh God, is it the CIA website freaking popped up?
Oh
God
no, I
damn
missed
it.
that.
Yes, one of the
God damn
CIA
it.
freaking websites popped up. No,
Monka.
All right.
no.
No, no,
Uh,
no. That is
That's
That
what I
is
was
the
talking about
original.
earlier when I was saying about barbecue, and he has like little supporters. That was one of the websites. Ah,
And so yeah, that I with the double dot over top of it, that I double dot is called a diaeresis. And basically in French, that means that it's like French is known for like creating like ungodly diphthongs where like they just like combine like multiple letters into like one sound. So
Mm-hmm.
it's like EAUX is like O. Just O.
It's so extra.
That's plural because just singular is EAU. That's it. And then you can
Jelly.
have O, which means high, which is HAUT. So just say like we have a fuck language
Yeah.
too in French.
And
God,
so
I
like
was
they signal breaks from this pattern by including what's called a diaeresis, the double dot that you see over top of the I in IET that I put in chat. So in that particular case, you don't make a diphthong out of it. You don't combine those two vowels into one sound, but rather you pronounce the both halves independently. So a French person would look at that and say ah, e, t, and then that's the end of it. However, like when that like when that was like getting sent to like like English press writers, they just didn't have a I with a diaeresis, a I with a double dot like printing press key. So they're just like, we'll just use the regular I. And then like English speakers just like, oh, okay, that's a diphthong. That's Haiti. And I was like, okay, fine. Fine. Uh but yeah, that's like why it's pronounced that way in English. But yeah. Uh
Oh yeah, and another thing I just wanted to point out because we're towards Toussaint. Something to keep in mind is that before Toussaint and the guy we just saw, I forgot his
Ensemble.
name, but yeah, exactly. The guy that got wheeled. There was slaves who got free, type of like maroons, if you want, or little um, communities of freed slaves. But they were never successful to do any damages, or politically, they were not in the state. They were a part of the state of Haiti. So it's just important to remember that not everyone was obeying and wanting to be a slave. A lot in the history of Haiti, you get people who
it
free
was those
that,
were
and
ends, yeah.
yeah,
And so yeah, like people would routinely escape
Ah,
into the
shit, man.
mountains. And yeah, just cuz like realistically, like the only parts of IET that like were like colonized rather quickly by the French and basically like colonization both in the case of Spanish with the DR and with IET and the French, it tended to be like highly localized. So like sure they went other places, but like it's like one of those things where like the majority of the plantations in IAT were like within like 30 to 50 miles of Cap Haitien. And it's like it's just because like sugarcane needs like flat irrigable land. And so like yeah, this fits the bill. Uh and so there actually exist like communities of people who escaped into the mountains surrounding the region. And I actually don't have. Eh, So like the best evidence I have for this is like a map of like there's like a forest integrity map of like the amount of like undisturbed indigenous forest with like like the same like biological makeup that like has like traditionally been there for like and developing for however long. uh the so like it's a map that covers the whole globe, but yeah, if you look in IET, like you'll notice that like all of this region right here still has a lot of like high high integrity, high fidelity like forest to the like natural thing. And so like it also includes like even if like a tree is chopped down and another like you know indigenous tree is put down in its place, it also ticks that as a point as a plot against it for like human development of the region. So yeah, like in this region right here in the northern mountains, there is still like a lot of like high fidelity forests along with like this region here and like some parts of the southern peninsula. I don't feel like googling it because it would probably take me like a little bit longer than would be interesting for stream. Uh and so yeah, what was I talking about before that last tangent? Something to do with
Toussaint,
revolution,
yeah,
me hating
Toussaint's dynamics
Tucson.
of how he
Oh
came to
yeah,
power. Yeah.
yeah. Dynamics with the blacks, the whites, and the coloreds. So right at the time of the revolution, uh, so I mentioned how like the blacks and some of the enslaved coloreds were like just tearing up fucking Kappa and just like running plantation to plantation, just killing the human traffickers, and yeah, the thing is, like once word of this kind of like spread around the country in Port-au-Prince, Port-au-Prince had a very different like demo demography. I believe that's a word. It has a very different demography, like a very different like demographic makeup than like say Cap Haitien. So it's like Port-au-Prince had a very large population of just like those poor white bureaucrats that we were mentioning earlier, and then also the we'll call them the big whites and the little whites. Uh, Also like big white like
What?
plantation owner like landowner class people,
Huh.
and then also a large population of the free coloreds who are also like of the landowning class. And so, well, not all of them, but I'll say a lot of them. Uh, and so over here in this region where, all of, oh, and then of course, you had like enslaved black people, but not not to the same degree that you had them in like Cap Haitien, which is, why the revolution didn't pop off here. Uh, and so like, how do I put it? So immediately after the revolution popped off, all of these groups, they just spontaneously decided to also pop the fuck off, but instead just do a little bit of race based like a whole bunch of like little white like people just like just like started like agitating and like throwing insults and like rocks and whatever at free colors until they finally struck back, and then like there was a war between the small whites and to a lesser degree the big whites and the free coloreds, instead of like the I mean, if we're being honest, the smart colonial move of like both the free coloreds and the big whites recognizing that like, hey, as like landowning people in this scenario, our class interests line up. And instead of doing that, they're just like, no, we choose racism. And so, as so often happens under racial capital, uh, and so yeah, so all the while, like actual slave revolt is popping off over here. Uh, a war between the whites and the coloreds is breaking out over here, both like landowning classes for the most part, and then also like they were beginning to realize, wait a second,
What's going
we
on
we
up
do
north?
Yeah, we
The heck?
really shouldn't. We really shouldn't be letting this burn. We really should be. I'm talking about the big whites and the free coloreds. Uh, beginning to go like, oh, wait a second, maybe we shouldn't let this whole thing burn out. I mean, just play on. Oh, goddamn, that's actually another side story that I don't know if I have time to get into. But yeah, they were just like, ooh, I'm not sure if we should like, like let this go on. But like again, like the little whites, they just had a uncanny ability of like fucking up any chance of like class solidarity amongst like the landowning class here. Uh,
Sorry, sir.
and
Can
so
you
yeah,
slow down a little? Explain big white and big color.
big
Someone
white,
is
big white, little
wondering.
white, and free colored. So yeah, free colored landowning class, by and large, just colored people. So colored people in this context, just anybody born of mixed African and white and European descent. Uh, they typically tend they typically tend to be free, although not always. Uh, especially like towards like the later end in like the immediately pre-revolution period. But yeah, the free coloreds were a like land owning class in IET at the time as well. Uh, and
And
so
something that might help chat is friends didn't help at that time too. They just had like a hands-off type of situation. But Jelly might explain what happened too with the colored, because Toussaint didn't get the support of the colored folks either. He had the power of the mass in the IT or in the CLR James
yep.
book. They spell it in the French way, la masse de people. So he motivated the people, but the landowners, colored people, didn't want to join Toussaint yet.
So yeah, Toussaint's like positioning as like the most powerful man in the north and then most powerful man in like the entirety of IIT. It began with like his birth in I forget where. Somewhere around Plan du Nord, but not exactly Plan du Nord. But yeah, he was born somewhere around here. And when the revolution popped off, he didn't immediately join in. He, so, like, mind you, by the time the revolution popped off, he was a free man and actually owned his own slaves. So he was an enslaver before and during the revolution. That is something that we need not forget in any discussion about Toussaint. Uh,
It's a
and
George
so,
type situation, basically, chat.
yeah. So, ooh, yeah, yeah. While it started as like we really want to like like fetishize our like proletarian revolutions, but like even this one, like even this like explicit revolution against racial capital, it very quickly and very easily got co-opted by a landowning elite called Toussaint Louverture. Uh,
And Dussalier or Duvalier, I remember this guy too. I
uh,
think he was his
Dessalines.
coachee. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Freaking
So like
landlords.
Dessalines.
Dessalines is a very different story in that like he was born into slavery and was like one of the people who was like really popping off, once the revolution popped off, and he had like genuine like ire in his heart for like everybody who was born French. Like he
Golly.
had all the smoke ready.
And I remember last time, Jelly, when we talked about the revolution, you painted a great picture for chat to imagine the battlefields about like you have a couple white French landowners or military people, and you have like a lot of slaves who well, I'll let you explain it, but just to give the picture to chat of what was going on the battlefield or in the riots that happened in Paul Haiti.
So yeah, let me just do a quick Google to like verify something. Death of King Louis. Okay, 17. So that happened in 1793. But anyway, so uh, by and large, the early days of the revolution. were largely like the kind of like like class warfare thing that like we would love to believe that like the whole thing was, where like like the enslaved are rising up and throwing off their chains and like achieving their like freedom and sovereignty by any means. uh However, so like think about Toussaint. So like he was positioned like somewhere up here, and part of his rise to power was like the French administration in the island at the time. In response to this, that this was like a not a triumvirate, a council. I forget the proper name for it, but it's a council of three people. It wasn't a triumvirate. Uh, of people, sent from France, and they were like their imperative was to just like keep shit together on the island, and like they were sent. So like this particular group of administrators, they were sent like maybe like a month prior to the revolution, and then they got to IET about a month after it started, because 2 month travel time, there's always going to be that delay. uh and so once they like immediately arrived on the ground, they were like, oh shit. And so
Our
they had
French people, no,
pardon. But yeah, they had to figure out
no.
some way to keep this shit together. And so the biggest player from this era is a dude called I forget his first name, but it was Sonthonax. Leger Félicité Sonthonax. Uh, but yeah, he
Hmm?
actually like he ended up like, so like he was making any concession he could to like maintain like like some sort of like allegiance with the French. So it's like he was like, okay, fine, you can have freedom, as long as you like help fight for the French. Like there was like this dissenter who like also accumulated his, a white dissenter who like also, so like he came with like like French military people, the French naval force, and like like they were all set up right here in the Bay of Cap Haitien, and like they had like all of their war boats over here. And he decided, you know what, I'm actually going to try my shot and like take over the fucking city. And so like, oh, so yeah, the thing is that like he and Sonthonax didn't really get along, despite him being under Sonthonax's command. And so yeah, this naval military leader decided, you know what, I'm going to, so basically like him and all of his sailors, they were just kind of like made to like sit out at shore and just not do anything for like several weeks to months on end. And they were like, you know what, we're getting restless, and we're gonna storm the coast, and we're gonna take this city and whatever. And so like in response to this, like Sonthonax was like, okay, anybody, if you help us defend the city, you're free. Please just help. And so like a whole bunch of black people just decided, fine, we can get free. We have at least the promise of freedom on this side. And so yeah, they help defend the city. Uh, Basically, that dude, he like came. Oh, it was he also made that decision like with the plan of like he had like all of the people like that were still on the boats like turn the broadside, aka the cannon side, towards the shore, in like preparation of like firing cannons, as like a intimidation thing. And so uh so yeah, you had like the all of these like hothead sailors like running through the streets of Cap Haitien. And uh like he had delivered this order to after like 30 minutes start firing the cannons. But the thing is that like the real hotheads of the situation, they had all decided to like go ashore and like try a rampage through the city. So like the people who were like still on the boats were the people who were kind of like, "Hmm, are we sure this is a good idea? I no, actually, I'm not gonna fire the cannons." And so yeah, there was that, and like he actually got ran the fuck out of the city like immediately without like he took nothing and left with not even his pride. Uh,
Rebozo.
and yeah, rip fucking bozo. And so like that's when we start to see like this like kind of like growingly complicated dynamic between like all of these people trying to figure out like how do we gain liberation. uh and so now we have like this group, a group of like a few thousand people in Capaitia who like now have attained freedom through this through the administrators of like King Louis the 16th's government. And so after that, like they begin like like extending that promise to like people outside of that region, where it's like, okay, if you can help us hold this line, you also have freedom. And so Toussaint was actually one of those people. uh and so yeah, he positioned himself as one of the most important people in like this revolutionary fight, as like there are several other characters like Jean Francois and Bissou that I'm skipping over, but he positioned himself as one of the most important figures in this whole like war, as like he controlled what was known as the cordon of the West. So it's like throughout the northern mountains, there was like a series of forts where I'm tracing with my mouse, where it kind of marked the line between like where the slave revolts were happening and where it was kind of a little bit chiller. And
Or like
so
the big
he
castle you show the show the last time, the big castle that
oh
was
oh
built on a
that is
hill.
in Milo, and that wasn't built until like 1814, maybe like a
Oh,
good decade after the revolution's finished.
okay, okay. I'm
Uh
missing my dates,
so
but
yeah.
that is wild.
And so yeah, basically like long story short, like due to some more like military pressure, Sonthonax just unilaterally declares, "Okay, fine, everybody's free. Please, please, we gotta fight off the Spanish. We gotta fight off the British. Please, everybody is free. Okay." Uh, and so yeah, Sonthonax did not have like authority to make that decision. However, he just did it as the like administrator of the like colonial government to keep the country together. And like one thing about like his communications with like the crown at the time is like, as soon as he landed there, he was like, "Yo, whatever you think we are engaged in right now, you are wrong. Look, the whatever decision you think like whatever decisions you think are justified about like keeping this shit together, I don't care." And so yeah, he actually like becomes known as like the great liberator, and he's actually very favorably viewed among like Haitians at the time. And so like the thing is like Toussaint like Toussaint, through his military prowess and like political savvy, he actually continues like pushing the line further into the south, which you know that is something that we can't take away from him. I can't stand him, but he was a very good general. uh and so yeah, fast forward to like 1970. I'll say fast forward to 1973. That is when like pretty much all. Oh yeah. So that 1973 incident where like somebody like that dude like tried to storm the Cap Haitien, that also led to a like huge instance of like a whole bunch of people like just like rampaging around town and just like unaliving all of the pigmentally challenged. And so yeah, it was at that time that like all the like white people who were remaining in Cap Haitien decided, you know what, fuck it, I'm heading for the boat too. Please take us somewhere else. And it was around that time that like the white population of Haiti just more or less dropped to functionally zero. And so from this point forward, like the like overwhelming majority of like fighting for independence and liberation will be done by Africans against other Africans. Some will be fighting under the French flag, some will be fighting under the Spanish flag, some will be fighting under the British flag. uh and so the whole thing to remember about this as well is that the Spanish and the British, who had like nearby colonies in like Cuba and Dominican Republic, and in the case of Britain, Jamaica. Uh, I believe they owned Trinidad at the time, and but yeah, oh, and Barbados. And so yeah, they were also like just like funding both sides of the revolution, as as we know they are wont to do. Uh,
Play
and
both
yeah,
sides so you
so
always
it's
come
like
out on top.
yeah, and so like Toussaint for the longest time was actually fighting under the Spanish flag. And when he realized that, like, so one thing that we cannot forget is that I mentioned it in like my Google earlier, is that King Louis XVI died in 1793, 2 years into the 11-year long Haitian Revolution. So the thing is that the Haitian Revolution and the French Revolution are like they're like co-occurring events. Like you cannot discuss one without discussing the other, because they both have like giant ripple effects across the other. So like in IT, the like recurring pressing question was like, who actually has authority in France? Like, and what promises can we actually, rely on, going forward? And then in France, the recurring question was, okay, but like, how much rights can do we want to give to the colonies? And like, can we actually like hold together like the same like slave state that we were trying to run? Uh, and so yeah, that was being like very hotly debated amongst the like revolutionary government. Uh,
Oh, and something I would like to point out before I go to bed, the Enlightenment in France was mainly inspired by indigenous people in North America. So when the French had colonies here, I don't remember the name of the chief, but they brought him to France and he started to teach the aristocracy about what is democracy for indigenous people and freedoms. And that's what got certain French philosopher or the French people to think about what they wanted. And that's how Louis the 16th got killed, basically. So it's just something to point out that is very interesting and not well known, that it's not French people that just got this idea of freedom out of their own. They got this mainly from colonies, indigenous people. It's a mix of cultures. So, on that though, I will leave you guys. I'll be in chat, but I do work tomorrow. So
Thank you
I'll
so much
listen
for
to
being
Djeli.
here.
Job
Yes.
haver.
it's been real.
Okay. Have a good
I
night.
work tomorrow at 8, but I'll be in chat. It's always fun to hear Djeli talk about IT.
For sure.
Goodbye.
Later.
Yeah. Good
I
night.
I could go for fucking days. And honestly, a bit of a mistake asking me to talk about the Haitian Revolution because, goddamn, I could actually talk about this for several more hours because I've skipped so many like different like side stories.
That's a rabbit
Yeah.
hole. Yeah. Another day,
So
perhaps.
yeah,
Hmm.
now, so yeah, Haitian Revolution, French Revolution, co-occurring events, and also important to note that there is like a 2 month delay of like any news happening in the any news happening in IAT reaching France and any news happening in France reaching IAT, just as a result of like, boat travel. It There is just always a 2 month communication delay between the two. So it's like you'll find people reacting to like the French Revolution, like they had purges like fucking every couple weeks slash months, like the purge of the Girondins and the purge of a whole bunch of other like like groups in France, and so like the whole reign of terror, just as a whole, saw several reversals of government, and so like realistically, nobody in IET could like actually like plan for like what like which French revolutionary yeah, which French government, be it revolutionaries, be it royalists, be it whatever, taking power and like maintaining it and keeping their promises after they maintain their power. And so like Toussaint, being the ever savvy like political maneuver that he was, he took this opportunity to side with the Spanish. And so yeah, he got like Spanish arms and like training and whatever. And around the time of the rise of Napoleon, uh, well, so yeah, I'll say like Napoleon wasn't a leader at this time. He was a like a military member. So he wasn't like like the emperor that we know him as. This is in his come up. Uh,
It is
During this
interesting,
time,
like all of the different colonial forces converging on this tiny little island. Like, that's
yeah,
wild.
because like France was the most powerful like empire at the time, and like UK and Spain sought to weaken, because like a lot of the like power of the French Empire was brought about as the like because of the wealth they were able to extract from IET. And
Mm.
so in being able to wrest that out of French hands, that like basically like enabled like it basically like eased like war efforts in Europe. Also, after the death of King Louis the 16th, uh, both UK and Spain declared war on France in the mainland because, like, they were like, "Oh, whoa, 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 whoa! Them killing a monarch, that's not gonna be good for our monarchy. We can't let this slide." Uh, and so, uh, the surprising thing to come out of that is, despite both of them declaring war on France from two sides, uh, they started getting their asses handed to them by Napoleon. Uh, and so, yeah, around the same time, Toussaint realized, actually, maybe the Spanish aren't going to be like, like the permanent way forward for, like my personal goals. And so, like in about 1795 or so, he basically says to the French, he's like, "Oh, uh, my decision to side with the Spanish was only like a political move to assure non-aggression and get as many resources from the Spanish crown as I could. But my real allegiance has always been to France. And
This is brutal foreshadowing for later on of the current state of DR. Just say.
and so yeah, he he turns coat in about 1795, maybe 1796 at the latest. And yeah, he actually couldn't have picked a better time because all of the people who maintained Spanish allegiance very quickly got wiped out. Uh, and then in like 1795, maybe 1796, the British started sending boats over from Jamaica into the southern peninsula and trying to like gain naval strongholds in the south because mind you, Toussaint at this point did not have full control of the island. He was mainly control of the north. The south of Haiti was controlled by a man by the name of Andre Rigaud. Come on, Rigaud. There we go. So there is a the south of Haiti at the time was primarily controlled by the free coloreds as opposed to the African revolt happening in the north. So the free coloreds led by Andre Rigaud was they were not very fond of Toussaint. And in a little case of grass is always greener syndrome, like Toussaint was running a authoritarian labor regime up here in the north. Like he was like, okay, cool, we're free now, but also get back to the plantation and grow that fucking sugarcane. Uh, and I mean, hell, the people in the free coloreds of the South were also doing the same thing. And however, the people on the ground of both sides were kind of hoping that come on, just something. I can't stand Rigaud. Oh, I can't stand Toussaint. Please, just give me the other guy. It can't be as bad as Rigaud. It can't be as bad as Toussaint.
Anybody else?
For- foreshadowing is a narrative device.
Foreshadow is a narrative device. And so, yeah, this leads to what's known as the War of the Knives, where it's after Toussaint achieves basically total power in the north, the only obstacle in his goal of complete power over IAT at the time was Andre Rigaud in the south. And so the War of the Knives is thusly called because it was personal. It was one of those things no, I don't even want to shoot at you. I want to get up in your face and stab you.
Damn.
Uh and so yeah, it was that kind of fight. And so yeah, Toussaint ended up winning in the end because he had more men, more resources, better training, etc. And so yeah, after 1795, 1796, he had basically complete control over the island of Haiti. And it was then that he started turning his ambitions elsewhere. So for this period, he actually was able to engage in a bit of diplomacy, and Haiti maintained a kind of period of relative independence slash self government during this period. So I'll say from 1795, I'll say 1796 until 1801 maybe. And so they were kind of relatively self governing. And everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. And by the Fire Nation,
Literally.
I mean uh
Our gorgeous
most
neighbor, United States of America.
nah, but our gorgeous neighbor is France this time. I forget
Oh,
what I forget what Leclerc's first name was. Oh wait, Charles Leclerc. So basically, Toussaint. I almost said Tupac. Toussaint drafts a.
Tupac is in Haiti.
He's chilling in IET with Osama bin Laden right now.
Yeah.
Uh,
Osama
and
bin Laden's like,
so,
look at this barbecue guy trying to be me.
uh,
I'll be right back.
what was I even gonna say?
You
Period
mentioned
of
Toussaint,
period
and
of
you mentioned
independence.
France.
Oh yeah, he drafted a. So basically, like Napoleon basically reneges on like all of the promises of like the revolutionary government before him. So he's like, actually, no.
Hmm.
That whole self governance thing, that whole like no slavery thing,
Hmm.
whoa. And so, basically, like his like the like classically throughout like all of Haitian history, like the way they got around like the Declaration of the Rights of Man was this justification that like the colonies need special laws, whereas the
Hmm.
metropole, yeah, that is under the jurisdiction of the Declaration of Rights of Man, and like any other laws of the metropole. And so like Napoleon, like kind of like implicitly reneges on all of the promises of like the revolutionary government, and says, actually, no, we do need special laws for the colony, which practically speaking have always just meant like apartheid and slavery. uh
Yeah.
and so uh Toussaint responded to this by going, oh, the colonies need special laws. Well, I got your special laws right here, and then drafts a constitution.
Hmm.
And he decided to send this constitution to Napoleon, and everybody in his circle was like, Toussaint, Toussaint, don't, don't do
Please
this.
don't do it, bro.
He will interpret this as a declaration of independence. Like, don't.
Mm.
Uh, and like, meanwhile, like, Napoleon was kind of like on the fence about Toussaint. He was kind of like wondering, like, damn, like, can I make peace with him? Can he be like, like my second in command in the new world, or like,
Yeah. Is
am
he,
I looking
bro?
to grow? Because like, mind you, like the French Empire in the New World wasn't just Haiti, Guadeloupe, and Dominique and Martinique. It was also the Louisiana Territory from New
Yeah.
Orleans up the Mississippi River, and then everything to the Rocky Mountains. And so like IET was the naval stopping point for like any like naval travel going between France and the New World. And so like
Hmm.
anything coming out of Louisiana would stop in IET and then go to France and vice versa. And
Mm.
so IET was a very important part, not only like financially, but also geographically. Uh,
Hmm.
and so, um, Napoleon, really need IET. Do. Dang, I lost the end of my train of thought. Ah, so yeah, I guess I'll just skip ahead. Like, Napoleon interpreted that constitution as a declaration of independence, and he was like, okay, yeah, no, fuck you in particular. And then he sent Charles Leclerc and General Rochambeau, which if you know your American Revolutionary history, then you may recognize the name Rochambeau. He was the French dude who, like, funded the American war effort against Britain. This isn't him. This is his son. And
Hmm.
so yeah, he sends Leclerc and Rochambeau to the West Indies to reclaim, to reestablish slavery. This point blank, like that is the
Yeah.
end goal of all this. He
Yeah.
decides, okay, freedom was a mistake. Okay, fine, slavery. Uh,
Yeah.
and so yeah, that is the purpose of the Leclerc expedition, and it had a mission plan that came in three steps. One, isolate Toussaint. Do this by any means necessary. Promise promise him land, promise him governorship, promise him independence, promise him I don't know, a white horse with wings. Promise him a fucking Pegasus if it'll get
Mhm.
him to come with you. Step 2, promise all of the generals th- do the same thing with all of the generals. Like promise
Mhm.
them whatever you want, whatever you can to get them to agree. And of course, most importantly, promise them that they can keep their rank after Toussaint is gone, that they will suffer no consequences from him being removed. And then step 3 is after step 1 and 2 have been achieved, gather up everybody above the rank of captain and have them shipped back to France for trial. You'll kind of notice that the real big problem is that 2 and 3 are a little bit contradictory. But yeah, when Leclerc arrives in IAT, so uh he comes bringing this giant armada of I think it's between 10 and 30,000 soldiers. And so mind you, there had only ever been 10,000 white people on the island of IAT, in the pre-revolution period. So when Toussaint, he was, on the mountains. So there's this mountain right outside Cap Haitien. There we go. And so he was watching, and he saw the French ships rolling in over the horizon, and he was like, the famous quote is, "My God, the whole of France has come to kill us," because
Mm.
yeah, this was just three times larger than
Yeah.
the population of white people that he knew on the island.
Mm.
And so yeah, he takes off down the mountain, and his the person that he had in charge of militarily guarding Cap Haitien is a dude by the name of Henri Christophe, another dude I fucking hate, and I may or may not get into that later on. Uh and so yeah, his orders are basically do not let them take Cap Haitien. If they even like if you get even the slightest inkling that they might try to force their way in, burn the city to the ground.
Yeah.
And so, uh, like the Armada rolls into the bay, and they send in their landing party, and they meet with Henri Christophe, and he's like, "Oh no, I need to go check with Toussaint. I don't have the authority to approve any any dockings without Toussaint. I gotta go
Yeah.
ask him." Okay, and then what's it called? So Leclerc sends a contingent of ships over to Fort Liberté, which is over here to the east, and they're actually able to take Fort Liberté pretty quickly without a whole lot of fanfare or fighting or whatever. And like one of I always make the joke that this is why you need white friends. So one of Toussaint's white compatriots was like, "Oh yeah," and that's the other thing about Toussaint, is that he was a weird utopian of this time, where it's he genuinely believed that IET could exist as a like a fucking trademark coexist with all of the religious symbols.
Yeah.
And so yeah, trademark coexist,
If only,
namaste type.
man. That's so sweet. Aw,
Good
that's
vibe
cute.
only. So like,
I was like
sugar
that at
is like
16.
we're like sugar is like ethically produced
Oh,
somehow. And
right.
then
Yeah.
also like, okay, fine,
Magically.
black people are still mostly the laborers, but don't ask about it, don't think about it. Uh and so yeah, he genuinely believed that like we could get like, a cooperative state between like the blacks and the free colors and the whites, and everybody, just lived together in harmony, and we all got rich off sugar. Uh and so yeah, so he had like, just like a lot of like white people who are just like very invested in, making sure that Toussaint stayed in power, because like he also just like let white slave owners, like if they were in good standing with him personally, like just if their plantation was still existent, they would like he'd be like, "Oh, yeah, yeah, come back, run that shit." Uh, in fact, just a little side note is that Toussaint was also, so like the personal investment. The reason why he sent like Charles Leclerc specifically and not like anybody else from the French armed forces is because Charles Leclerc was Napoleon's brother-in-law. Now, the reason he sent his brother in law is because Napoleon's sister, who was married to Leclerc, had a plantation in Léogâne that she wanted back. And so
Mm.
he sent uh what was her name? I forget her name. His sister's husband, i.e., his brother in law, Charles Leclerc, he sent him personally to retake the island and get back the family plantation. Uh So yeah, the reason why you need white friends. So one of Toussaint's white friends manages to talk himself aboard, one of the ships, and he's like, "Oh yeah, yeah, come on, everybody, follow me. The best place to put in like to dock is like just a little bit to the west. All right, it's just a little bit to the west, just a little bit to the west, just a little bit to the west. Just keep going, just a little bit to the west,
Copium, trust me,
just a
bro.
little bit to the."
Trust me, bro. I know. I know. Just
Trust me,
keep
bro.
going. Just keep going. No,
Just come
not
on,
there.
come on.
Just keep going.
I know what I'm
What?
talking about. Come on.
This is gonna be all day, man. What the fuck?
Are we there
And
yet?
so yeah, and so they spent an entire day of traveling, just listening to the guy saying, "Come on, just a little bit further. Come on, just trust me, dog. Trust the
Just
process."
sailing into the
Uh,
sunset. Like, that's awesome.
and so yeah, by the time they reached like it was somewhere around here. By the time they reached like by the time they decided, okay, fuck this guy, we're docking. Uh, it would take them another whole day to march back into Cap Haitien.
Nice.
And and so yeah,
Fucking got him.
gotta keep gotta keep at least one white friend in the gang.
Mm-hmm.
And so
I'll be
uh
the white friend. I'll do it. Fuck. I'll
let's fucking
infiltrate.
go.
I've been thinking about it. I have been thinking about it, but I can't say anymore.
I have plans that I cannot say because the haters will sabotage me. I have
Literally.
Exactly.
plans.
If you see me go blonde one day, just don't ask questions.
And so yeah, when like Henri Christophe, the dude in charge of like like protecting the city of Cap Haitien, realizes that like they like deliberately went and docked on both sides of them, like which very explicitly he took as like a attempt to like pinch them in. Uh, he was like, "All right, everybody, come on, we're setting fire to the city." And that is the second time that the city of Cap Haitien burned. Oh wait, second, third. I think it's the third. Uh, and so he proved how serious he was by setting fire to his own house first, and then instructing all of the men to do the same. Uh,
Damn.
and so yeah, they all set fire to their houses and fled into the mountains, maroon style. As I mentioned earlier, the free black and indigenous communities that just kind of like just fucking set up over here in the mountains, outside of like, like administrative reach. And so, yeah, I'm going to skip maybe like I'm going to skip like, the whole courting process. Toussaint gets captured. Oh yeah. He fails in like the first two like aspects of the plan, where it's like he had like a ton of trouble getting Toussaint to like trust him or whatever, and like however, oh wait, I will say he did manage to get like a bunch of generals on board, but especially in the south because like they had like a lot of the like like soldiers and like lower level people, like people lower than like Andre Rigaud, where it's like they were like they weren't willing to pledge their allegiance to Toussaint. They just lost to him in a war. And so when they saw the giant French armada rolling in, they were more than happy to just open up their ports and say, you know what? Fuck it. We sense a monumental ass whooping coming and we're not going to get in the way. And so yeah, Toussaint gets captured, gets, you know, imprisoned in France, dies of the fucking cold, and uh, meanwhile there is a so step two of that whole plan that I mentioned earlier. Like promise all of the generals anything as long as it gets their cooperation. Uh,
Wait, he died of the cold, being cold, or like having a cold?
I think it was the cold, like the disease, the cold,
Mm-hmm.
but just like sickness while in like those like deplorable conditions.
Gotcha.
So like his second in command, Jean-Jacques Dessalines. Also, I apologize, but I skip many details because I'm trying to be as quick about this as possible. Uh,
Speed run.
but yeah, his second in command, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, he god damn it, I name dropped. I meant to keep that as a secret, but just pretend y'all didn't
Who?
hear whose name I just said.
Who?
So one of the generals that uh Charles Leclerc was able to successfully court in like suppressing the rebellion, through the whole like promise them anything, promise they can keep the rank, promise them land, promise them governorship, whatever. uh One of the people who like fought for the French under like the early days of the Leclerc expedition with such veracity that he actually earned a nickname amongst the French, amongst with Charles Leclerc, and that nickname was the Butcher of the Blacks. Like
Oh,
this dude, he simply did not fuck around. Like he did not view like like black solidarity as a end unto itself. It was a means to the end of independence. And so he had no hesitation like committing like straight up atrocities against anybody who he deemed as like a reactionary or like like counter to like the independence movement as he saw it. And so, oh, surprise, surprise. Who is it? Who's that Pokemon? It's Jean-Jacques Dessalines. Uh and so the thing is that like yeah, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, I I'm not the biggest fan of him either. However, I know better than to like, just like outwardly criticize him in Haitian circles because any of you who are not Haitian, just don't say anything. Just stay out of
Nah,
that discussion. Do not touch
don't
that can of
actually.
worms.
Yeah, just don't. Just don't even nod. Actually, just walk away.
Yeah, just walk away. Just walk. That
just
is not
carefully.
that is not your discussion to have. Like that.
Yeah.
Like when we talk about black people business, this is Haitian people. This is Zoe business.
just.
But yeah, I don't like I don't like Jean-Jacques Dessalines. I I'll say that he is the patron. He is the patron saint of black rage, and that is useful for like like for whatever it is. But it's best not to delude ourselves into thinking that the patron saint of black rage is like the best thing for like a sovereign nation, which he would
Yeah.
later prove. Uh so yeah, he so the thing that actually like, got Dessalines to finally say, wait a second, the French are never to be trusted and, like be gone all French people from this plane of existence was so like the French also had like territories in the Lesser Antilles that they were also retaking because like during the whole like French Revolutionary period they like just like you know stopped slavery, and so they were like actually let's send ships down here to actually start that again. And so like a boat full of Maroons escaped out of Guadeloupe, and like they reached the shores of Haiti and they were like, yo, don't trust the French. They're re-enslaving us in Guadeloupe. And then Jean-Jacques Dessalines was like, oh nah. Oh nah, not again, not again. But
Yeah.
yeah. Uh and so yeah, it was from it was from that point that he was like, okay, yeah, that's when we get like the uh fear not the hold on, let me try to remember the quote. Ah, damn. Profane foot, soil slander. Yeah, there it is. So yeah, the Haitian Declaration of Independence is all. It also doubles as a pretty great like anti-French propaganda piece.
Profane foot was a wild Google.
So
Hey,
the quote
look.
is,
Yeah, they got the results. That's all that
True.
matters.
True.
"Let them tremble when they approach our coast, if not from the memory of the cruelties that they perpetrated here, then from the terrible resolution that we will have made to unalive anyone born French whose profane foot soils this land of liberty."
Damn. It's
So yeah,
kind
that
of
is probably one
a
of the hardest.
banger. Yeah.
Yes, it's hard.
It's a banger.
And so yeah, that's where we get that Dessalines from. After he realized, okay, wait, no, they were just trying to re-enslave us, and they just decided to be nice to our faces first. And so yeah, fast forward like 2 years. Oh yeah, also never invade Russia in the winter. Don't invade Haiti in the summer because the worst yellow fever outbreak
Worst
in 18.
idea.
Yeah, the worst yellow fever outbreak also happened during the summer of 1803. Uh, and so like the French soldiers were just like dropping like flies, and yeah, it's like they just could not mount an effective like like war while like a third of their soldiers were like sick at in any given moment.
I imagine they
And then
also
you all
exacerbated it by like bringing other diseases and stuff.
oh yeah, and then also like exacerbated by the fact that like many of them were like like cooped up in ships. Like
Yeah.
Leclerc
Nasty.
himself, he was kind of like a germaphobe and like didn't actually go out into the mainland. So like he stayed on the ship for pretty much most of the expedition, just writing letters to Napoleon saying, "Please, please, I beg you, give me more men."
Help!
I
Help!
Yeah, literally, please give me more men, and I
Help
want to go
me,
home. I
bro,
don't,
bro!
I'm
They're
not having
killing
fun
us.
anymore.
They're killing these guys in numbers, man. It's impressive. Ah!
Oh yeah, and that's the other thing, or
Oh my
it's like
god.
in the first days of the Leclerc expedition, like it was kind of viewed as like a like huge prestige mission where it's like, people were like, oh yeah, we're gonna go back and we're gonna take back, the Pearl of the Antilles, and we're all gonna get plantations, we're all gonna be rich, and we're all going to make name for ourselves and militarily and whatever. We're all going to become officers and all that stuff. Where by the end of the Leclerc expedition, it's like we're really only sending realistically the people who would like never want to go under any other circumstances. So it's like that's when we start seeing like the French Foreign Legions show up, and that's where the Polish Haitians come in. uh,
Yeah,
So anybody unfamiliar, Haiti has like a giant population of, well, I wouldn't say giant, but a
it's a
statistically
pretty
significant,
small. Yeah,
yeah, a population of Polish Haitians. Basically, the French Foreign Legion, uh, the Polish.
I did
So
not know
at the
about this.
time, so yeah, history is far more intertwined than any of us than like your school would like to tell you.
Yeah.
But so Poland at the time was the subject of a tug of war between Austria, Russia, and Prussia. Modern Germany or whatever. Um, and so, like these three like kingdoms were kind of like fighting over like this land over here, and like the people of modern Poland were just kind of like, ah, come on, my land is being turned into a war zone, and so many of them leave. Many of them end up going to France, and so like many of them, being in France now, decide, what, we're going to join the military. In us sharing common enemies of Prussia and Austria, you know what? We might be able to like go back and like, with the French army and like fight for our homeland or whatever. But being in the French military under Napoleon means that you could go to a lot of places, including Egypt, which like the only reason that like well, I don't know if this is apocryphal or not. It could very well be apocryphal, but the fun story is that like the only reason that Napoleon didn't like move to Egypt and marry who was it, Nefertiti or someone, uh the only reason he didn't do that is because he couldn't get his men to convert to Islam. But uh so yeah, but yeah, again, I don't know if that's true, so again, that is my like epistemological statement on it. Take it with a grain of salt. uh but yeah, you could go to a lot of places if you're fighting in the military under Napoleon. And so many of these Polish people were sent to IT, where they realized, oh, this isn't, just a war of like revolution and like dissidents and whatever. That we're actually fighting to reinstate slavery. And so many of them turned coat, and when IT won the revolution, they just stayed. And so yeah, like in 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 recognition of their service, they were given, where is it? It's called Kazal. They were given a small, there we go. They were given like plot of land in a small city outside of Port-au-Prince, like all of the like Polish soldiers. So like they were given like their own community and city and whatever. And these are a few pictures of it.
Just as a side note on the French being Islamophobic thing, a long history of that, long history. There is particularly this very interesting image of Bonaparte visiting the plague victims of Jaffa. Um, it's 1804, oil and canvas, and he's just. It's supposed to be like a show of bravery and like strength to like put yourself amongst the ill like this, but it's just ableist and racist in the end. Um, but that's in chat.
So yeah, I will say that you also see like you see some of the influence just a little bit in like a Haitian food. So like we have something called a salad betterave, also called
I've
salad
never
russe.
seen that.
Hmm.
To be honest, my family never
Mm,
really made it growing up, but I do know that it is a thing.
mm.
I suppose it's like more like Southern Haitian, where where like the Polish Haitians were.
Is that
Oh,
So
that
yeah,
probably makes sense. Yeah.
beets or?
so yeah, it is basically potato salad, and then it's colored pink with beets. And so
Hmm.
here's actually like a like picture of like all of the ingredients separated out. Let me see if I can make it a little bigger. Where'd the picture go? Okay, there we go. So yeah, back to picture number two. Potatoes, sometimes eggs, onion, bell pepper, celery, beets, mayonnaise, whatever spices you want to add to it. Some people like to add hard boiled eggs. And so, yeah, it is just Haitian potato salad with beets.
Hmm.
And it kind of resembles like maybe like a salad olivier, which is also like, Eastern European. But yeah. Uh,
That's good.
and then the interesting thing is the the one the one that I love bringing up is Dessalines on Polish hate on like Polish people in general. There's one particular meme. Come on, don't fail me now. Do I have to like spoil it
You
in like
might
my
have
Google
to.
search? Damn, I'm trying to like avoid spoiling it with my Google search. Okay, fine. Oh dear Lord,
Oh,
there is a whole
oh,
slur.
nope. I didn't see anything. I've seen nothing. I'm blind, actually.
uh there's a meme of like like Dessalines like knighting the white people with the N-word pass, where it's like yeah, the first president of Haiti, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, called Polish people the white Negroes of Europe, which was then regarded as a great honor,
What?
as it was a symbol. Oh, there's the meme. There's the meme here.
What the actual fuck does that mean?
Yeah.
He said those Polish people, man. They're my,
Oh
the
my
only white
god.
people to get the N word in
which
history.
explains why one of my best friends in high school was Polish.
Oh God.
But yeah, yeah, that's just a fun little side note about Haitian history. Uh,
That's hilarious.
and so yeah, localized around Casal, however, not like exclusive to it. Uh, no, yeah, Haiti independence. You know what? Fuck it. I've been god damn. Have I been going on about like Haitian independence for like an hour and a half? Because again, I've
It's
only
been pretty
scratched.
long, yeah.
Yeah, I've only scratched like
And yeah, I think
30%.
I could tell you scratched like very low.
Yeah, it's a rich
Like it's
history.
pretty long.
So post history, I will say one thing I really like talking about is remember that dude who was in charge of Cap Haïtien and Henri Christophe set fire to the city,
Yeah.
starting with his own house first. Uh, so he actually becomes so. Remember when I said that I didn't like Jean-Jacques Dessalines?
Hmm.
Well, he ended up just running the same authoritarian labor state that Toussaint was running.
Yeah.
This time, he made it explicitly black supremacist, which didn't stop black people from being the slave laborers, which is hilarious. Uh, it's it's realistically just that like his military cronies were now at the top, and then anybody else was at the bottom.
Yeah.
But with the like substratification of like, okay, but like if you're white, then you're still lower than the black people. Uh,
Yeah.
and so yeah, it was like just like a very like explicit reversal of like the white supremacist power structure. Uh, and so yeah, it realistically for anybody like just like on the ground who was not a poor military I mean anybody on the ground who was poor or like not a military crony of Dessalines, it still sucked ass. You were still working on the same
Yeah.
plantation. You still couldn't go anywhere. You still were
Yeah.
accruing no wealth. And so
It's kind of like the whole like black capitalism can save us type of
yeah.
thinking,
Yeah, it was
which
literally
obviously
like
didn't work.
the first
Yeah.
experiment in black capitalism. And
And
so
didn't work at all.
if we're gonna be honest, if we're gonna be honest, Dessalines got carriage jacked and murdered, and I get why.
Hmm.
Again, again, non-Haitians, shut up.
Don't do it.
Just stay out. Yeah, just don't touch it. Just don't touch it with a 10-foot pole.
Don't open the door.
Just
Yeah,
for
yeah,
Twitch,
don't.
this
Yeah.
is not an endorsement of violence by any means. We would never do such a thing.
Absolutely not.
Otherwise, I'll shut up.
And so yeah, what happens in the aftermath? Oh yeah, by the way, Jean-Jacques Dessalines did declare himself emperor. So yeah, that's just another like
That
layer of
happened.
yep. Oh,
He was trying to. Okay.
you know, uh, i- a lot of this like post-revolutionary history can be told through like the progression of Haitian flags.
Hmm. Oh yeah, I did see some of this
So
when I was doing my own research. Yeah.
Ooh, interesting.
so like in 1803 they adopted the revolutionary flag of Haiti, which was the story is that like they all met together at shit, where was it? It was somewhere around like Saint Marc. But yeah, like after Tucson had been captured, all of the leaders had like met together in order to like coalesce like, okay, what the fuck are we gonna do? Who's in charge? Who where are we all going? How are we gonna fight the French? Whatever. And so they all like met in this military meeting, like somewhere around this general region. And the possibly apocryphal story is that like they took a French flag, which is the blue, white, and red stripes, and then they just ripped out the white. Jean-Jacques Dessalines himself ripped out the white, so like the blue part signified the blacks, the red part signified the coloreds, and he just ripped out the white part and said, "No longer will we let the whites keep us apart." And then he had this woman sew it together, and oh, so yeah, her name, the woman who he had sew it together was Catherine Flon, uh, and so yeah, and then like people would paint over it "Liberté ou la mort," which basically translates to liberty or death. Uh, and so that is where we get the Haitian Revolutionary flag, and then the first flag of the revolution is basically the first iteration of like the pure bicolor that we know today. Uh,
Mhm.
so it's so yeah, it's blue on top, red on bottom, and it's just those colors. It is the first bicolor, the first bicolor. And then under the first empire of Haiti, under Jean-Jacques Dessalines, he changed one side to explicitly black because the blue is meant to signify black. Um,
Mhm.
and so yeah, uh, he gets murked, and oh yeah, in the immediate aftermath, uh, Henri Christophe changes from the black back to a like dark blue, puts a
Mhm.
few like royalist crests on it. He did this one first, and then he decided he didn't like it, and he decided to go with this one. And so yeah, those are the flags of the kingdom of Haiti because Henri Christophe declared himself king. But beware, there is a reason that we only ever had one king of Haiti, and he
It
fucking
was the first and last.
yes, and he
Yeah.
fucking uh there's a sound alert, but who he
Let me
departed
just
from this
use it.
world of his own accord. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, he pulled a.
With a silver bullet.
Yeah, no.
So in this 10 years, it
Yes.
went from an empire to a state to a kingdom, and then back.
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. So I will say so so Republic for like maybe a few months. Then Empire for like maybe like a year and a half, 2 years, and then after Dessalines gets just straight up fucking murked, uh, it splits. So we get the Kingdom of Haiti in the north and the Republic of Haiti in the south. Now, I'm gonna glaze Alexandre Petion just a little bit, but just know that he is not without his criticisms. And again, there are no heroes in the Haitian Revolution. I can't even say that I like him. And so, uh, the Republic of Haiti under Alexandre Petion was pretty much the closest thing that Haiti ever got to just like a straight up like equitable socialist republic, where it's like he prioritized like land redistribution to the like just to like regular ass people. Now of course like his like military alliances and cronyship and whatever didn't stop like his friends from getting like larger plots of land, but also at the same time like it wasn't like he was excluding people from getting land, you know. um and he very strongly emphasized like subsistence farming and like farming whatever you want on your land, which is something that did not happen in the kingdom of Haiti, where it's like Haiti for the entire colonial period was import dependent, where it's like you had to produce sugar, like, you know, this extremely valuable resource, in order to like have the money to buy food instead of just fucking growing food. And so, uh, Toussaint and Dessalines and now Henri Christophe all tried to maintain this kind of import dependent economy. Whereas uh, what's his name? Petion, he like people will like, you know, like shit on a very specific kind of person who I will not name will shit on the Republic of Haiti because it was quote unquote brokies. It was a brokocracy or whatever. Uh, when in reality, it's like the quote I always give in response to that is like, at some point we have to recognize that the hunter is in the business of their own health, and that that is a wealth unto itself. So it's like
Mm.
to be happy, healthy, and left the fuck alone is an end goal which is not measured by our current capitalist system
Yeah.
and is achievable outside of the capitalist system, I might add.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
Probably best so.
yeah. And so like people like will constantly like, you know, like the how do I put it, the not the caveat, but like the oh, I don't want to bust out a $10 word here, but the hamartia, the I guess the fatal flaw of like the of the Republic of Haiti is just that like it wasn't as like economically powerful as the kingdom to the north, which was again just continuously running off slave labor. Uh, and they were like, oh, it just wasn't generating the same amount of wealth that the kingdom of Haiti. Where was that wealth going? What who who was benefiting? What was it? Was it the general people? What?
Right.
Oh, and you know what? While I mentioned this, let's fucking talk about the fucking castle at Milo. Let's fucking let's pull up some pictures. Oh, not historical imagery. I want photos. So modern photos of the Palace Sanssouci at Milo. So if we go over to Milo and look at some pictures, there we go. You will see this
Wow.
marvelous ruins of a castle. I will say it is beautiful. Like that. Oh yeah, this is also a bust of Henri Christophe's wife, which I don't know. It makes like kind of like stark like album cover material, but yeah, that's a different thing. Uh, in here somewhere is probably my favorite photo of like a Haitian landmark. There it is. Yeah, I fucking love this photo. I use it everywhere. Uh, and so yeah, this uh this palace, and then also one of the like big like UNESCO landmark like heritage things of IET is called Citadelle La Ferrière, which is a fort in the slightly to the south of Cap Haitien, and it is the largest fort in the Western Hemisphere. It
Damn.
stands at like 1,400 feet tall. It's about a similar size as the Pyramid of Gaza. I mean, the Pyramid of Giza. I'm sorry, just one hell of a Freudian slip. But yeah, it's just been on
Yeah,
the
don't
mind.
worry. I called the whole island Hezbollah on accident. It's fine.
Oh, goddamn, this news cycle has been kicking our asses, huh?
Hmm. So
Yeah.
Oh,
much. So
God.
much. Yeah, this is massive though. Holy shit.
So yeah, it is like putting like one of the pyramids of Giza on top of a 3,000-foot mountain. And as you can imagine, just like with the Pyramid of Giza, ain't nobody want to do that shit. Especially hauling that shit up a 3,000-foot mountain. Like
Hmm.
nobody wanted to do that shit. And so, the Citadelle La Ferrière was built. Oh, this is actually the Sanssouci Palace again, but uh, so yeah, the Citadelle La Ferrière was built, with the same labor program. We'll call it a jobs program that the Egyptian pharaohs used. Slavery.
Hmm.
And so yeah, basically forced like state mandated labor, unpaid, that you just had to do because you loved your country. And so yeah, I do like that it is here now. I do just like looking at it. It is for a lot of people it is almost like a spiritual experience to like make your like pilgrimage up the mountain and like look out the top of Citadelle La Ferrière and see. So yeah, one thing about Citadelle La Ferrière, let me see if I can get like the photosphere view. Uh we're not at the top here, but like one of the things about one of the views from Citadelle La Ferrière is that like you can it's actually visible, and so yeah, you can see the coast and it's visible from the coast. So it's like it's very much meant to be like a power projection tool as well. So like you're like the end whoever is meant to like whoever has the intentions of invading IT will like see this like giant imposing structure on on like the mountaintop behind them and just think, oh wow, these people, they mean business.
Hmm.
And like the citadel had like food, water, and munitions to hold for like, I believe it was 2 3 months with like a couple thousand people.
Yeah.
And so yeah, it was.
It's like a
Don't get me
city.
wrong, it was.
Shit.
Yeah, it was and is
Yes,
an
agree.
architectural marvel. That much I won't take away from it. Much like the pyramids of Giza. However, I have to mention every single time that I bring it up that it was built with slave labor by the one and only, the first and last king of IET. And this right here is like a very large part of the reason why there was only one king of IET is that tens of thousands of people died building this. And so yeah, uh royalism is bad even when you have like like nice black people at the head of like the like royal aesthetics or whatever. uh
Yeah.
ooh and so yeah, contrasted in the south by Henri Pistoff's more or less kind of egalitarian like agrarian economy over here. Oh, and then also uh this was also like this post revolutionary period. It was also during like the like what's his name? Simon Bolivar's like campaign of liberation from like Venezuela and Colombia and Ecuador. This right here was no so like this part historically, during like the Spanish colonial period was known as New Granada. This part was Gran Colombia and it included Panama. And then I think this was part of it. And then I forget what this one was called. But yeah, and so yeah, Spain had like its different like viceroyalties. And so like Simon Bolivar was just like running through all of them, like trying to, like organize liberation campaigns. And on two separate occasions, he actually failed and was exiled. And one thing that is not to be understated is the sheer amount of luck, the sheer amount of unbridled luck and good fortune that one must have to fail a revolution, not once, but twice.
Twice.
So, yes, the
Yeah.
fact that he was even given a third shot is a display of spectacular good fortune on behalf of Simon Bolivar. Uh, so, during both of his exiles, he actually ended up in IET. In fact, just so like I mentioned, like the whole like Haitian bicolor thing. So one thing you'll notice is that Haiti flag Venezuela, and it'll also bring up like Colombia and come on, I'm looking, there it is. So yeah, uh, you'll notice that the Venezuelan flag on the left, the Colombian flag in the middle, and the Ecuadorian flag. Hold on, let me see if I can get it to zoom more. Uh, n- Golly, no, shut up. Uh, so yeah, the Venezuelan flag on the left, Colombian flag in the middle, and Ecuadorian flag on the right all feature the Haitian bicolor in the bottom half in the bottom half or bottom third of the flag, depending on which flag we're talking about. Uh, and that is no accident. So, like when Simon Bolivar was, like doing his campaign of liberation and failed twice, he actually ended up back in IET on the doorstep of Alexandre Petion, and he was like Alexandre Petion was very hospitable. He was like, "Oh yeah, I am like basically like the whole foreign policy of IET at the time was defined by slavery can exist nowhere in the in the Americas, and we will like assist anybody in pursuit of that goal. And then also like like colonial powers must be overthrown. Any independence movement is probably good. Uh, and so yeah, he promised Simon Bolivar like money. Well, he promised him coffee as a proxy for money, which he would like sell. Uh, Promised him coffee, men, guns, food, etc. And like anytime he would come back to IET, he would send him back with ships full of men, money, guns, and food. Uh, and so yeah, that's actually like where we get the theory, like the beginnings of the theory of like how like Tire Machet became like so ingrained in like communities of like Colombia and Venezuela, where it's like the Haitian soldiers who had like just fought for their independence using this martial art form Tire Machet were now like being sent into South America to like train these being able to train the Spanish subjects. And like stylistic divergence occurred here, and then yeah, Colombia, Venezuela, Cuba, they developed their own styles of tire machet, which anybody who may be coming in and be unfamiliar, tire machet is the Haitian like tire machet. It is the all Haitian martial art form, born, like developed and practiced in IET, where it's basically machete fencing. Uh, and so yeah, yeah, that is why you see like the Haitian bicolor in all three of these flags in in the northwest of South America, is because what's his name? Simon Bolivar kind of included it as a nod to the people who were like so helpful in his liberation campaign. Uh, Also worth noting that so like he received all of that aid in in like with the promise that like he would abolish slavery, but he never did. He he also faced some like very credible racism allegations. Like the one thing that like we can't forget here is like while he was leading all of these like independence movements, he was still like he was still like a like white criollo elite. Like he still like he was still indoctrinated into like the racial caste system of the region, of the culture. And so yeah, there again, nobody gets non-critical support, and I don't like Simone Bolivar either. However, he is part of the story on how like you find the Haitian flag in the flags of Venezuela, Colombia, and Ecuador. Ah, so yeah, that is that. And oh yeah, so I will say I didn't ever get what's it called? I didn't ever play that video that I was talking about earlier with barbecue
Right.
about
Yeah, it's in the chat.
hold on.
Not
I'm
in the
trying to
chat, but it's in the group chat.
yeah, I'm trying to see if I can get it to do like the whole like, open in window thing. But
Mm. I could just link it. Um,
oh yeah, please, oh please do. If you, oh wait, hold on, what is it called?
Let me
I can
pull
actually
it
find the
up.
video. Haiti Palm, YouTube.
What?
No,
I was
that
just using Twitter as a resource. There's a,
hold on, let me just open
telling
up.
me there's other resources. Oh, well, I get it.
What do you mean?
I was mainly using Twitter as a resource, to be honest, because I'm on Twitter a lot. So.
Okay, yep. This is the account, and where is it? Where is it?
Felipe is asking. Sorry, I lost track. Did that one OK land reform process Djeli described take a place under Christophe?
Nope. It took place under Petion. Christophe was a
All right,
bona
found it.
fide. What? Oh,
Oh, I found a video. Yeah, I'm gonna
yeah.
link it
He
right
was
now.
he was a bona fide fucking schlub through and through. Okay, there it is.
Yeah,
So the
because you
part that
said
I'm
something
looking.
about this might have major implications.
So yeah. So for anybody coming in who
Okay,
is unfamiliar,
yeah, chat. We're skipping ahead. Thousands of years, blah blah.
yeah, we're skipping ahead like a good what is it, like century and three quarters.
Yeah, good couple thousand years now.
And so whoopsie. So yeah, the thing that we were like talking about at the very beginning of stream, like the whole like suicide drone attack on like Barbecue's compound, Barbecue being like the leader of the like militant, if I'm being for fucking real, terrorist group. And
They're a terrorist group.
yeah, I
Also, we have
don't
to
use.
talk about the DR thing as well. Oh God, DR, bro.
Yeah, I don't use that word lightly, and I understand its racialized nature, but like yeah.
The thing about it is like it's like they are, but like recently the Dominican Republic is like, yeah, they're a terrorist group. It's like, okay, but you're doing it for a mysterious reason. Really interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It's always
So
politically
like
loaded, and of course,
Yeah.
racially loaded.
It's usually politically loaded and all that stuff.
Yeah.
so
Who
yeah,
gets
long
to
story
decide?
short,
Yeah.
like they kind of like, claim some level of like, political like consciousness and agency, on the grounds that like, the unaffected leader that nobody really wanted in place, what was his name, Ariel Henry, he was unelected and was just like the most powerful like non-elected
He
official in
was
IT.
he was yeah, he was US backed, I believe, by the Biden administration.
Yeah, and he was basically like,
Yes.
"Oh no, we can't have another election. It's too unsafe. We got to get these gangs under control." And then he was like, "Oh, yeah, I'm going to go to Kenya to, shore up support for, this
Yeah.
whole like reconstruction effort." And so yeah,
Which was Biden's plan as well.
that's
Biden
where
was
we.
like, yeah, if you want these gangs under control, we're going to Kenya. Because Biden, oh yeah, now I remember. Biden famously said, we don't want it was like they don't he doesn't want he literally said this, like not verbatim, but he basically said we don't want US troops in Haiti again, because basically what happened last time with the US occupation and how controversial that and violent that occupation was. So Biden's like, we're not doing this again, we're doing it through proxy. um
Oh
Sorry
boy,
to interrupt.
we didn't
Yeah,
even touch the fucking American occupation. Not like
yeah,
during either stream actually.
Yeah.
yeah.
So the police from Kenya was also with the help of the UN, if I remember correctly, right?
That is true,
Yes,
yes.
um basically that whole plan was traced all the way back to the Biden administration. Biden's like, we're not putting in troops because the US occupation was too controversial. This one is going to be controversial again, so we're not doing it. We're going to go to Kenya. We're going to find someone to do it for us because
Some
I don't
African.
feel like sending my own troops. And so Biden went to every other country. He was like, Cuba, you want to do it? Cuba was like, fuck no, fuck off. I have sanctions on me. Kill yourself, whatever. Then fucking
Ha
every other
ha.
country, yeah, every other country was like, whoa, I don't feel like doing it, blah, 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 fuck off. And so Kenya was like, the right wing leader of Kenya was like, hey, I'll do it. pick
And
me,
you
pick me,
know,
pick me, pick me.
and
And
it's important to not like view any one of these countries as a monolith, because like it's one of the most hilarious things I actually saw on Reddit was
yeah,
like the like the I don't know if they called themselves like the Socialist Party of Kenya or like the Communist Party of Kenya or whatever, but
it was the Communist Party of Kenya, yeah. I
okay,
believe
yeah.
Mitch sent me a clip of one
So
of
yeah,
them
like
in
the clip that I'm
these.
thinking of is like them like recording themselves like in like some kind of government building doing like an occupation protest or whatever. And like they were recording a video and they were just like apologizing to the Haitian people for what the Kenyan
Yeah, they were
police were
apologizing. Yeah,
about to do.
they were like,
And
we will literally show you information of how to
we
redact
will
these people.
we will literally give you
Please.
addresses.
Yeah, we will literally give you information. We are so sorry.
it
It was
it
so funny.
yeah, this is actually kind of hilarious.
Yeah, he was like, we will literally. The part that killed me was the we will literally send you information of how to redact these people. Okay, we will literally
Except
send
he
you
didn't redact
info.
it. Just for the viewing audience, he did not redact it. He
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, K word, whatever
Yeah,
TikTok term.
for the
Unalive.
record.
Yeah, for the
uh,
record,
goddamn.
on a live, yes. And
Yeah.
then that video, yeah, I was like, that's solidarity right there. But yeah,
So yeah, Ariel Henry, leaves, goes to Kenya to shore up support and like seal the deal for this like Kenyan occupation mission. And meanwhile, like the I guess I will call them gangs at this point, kind of like merge with like the like political dissidents and just kind of like everybody decides, yeah, no, we're not letting him come back. And then like G9, GPEP which were the like the two like predominant like warring gangs at
militant.
the time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
they form an alliance along with all of the political dissidents, and then they just all like occupy the airports and say, "Oh, I wish you fucking would try to land.
If you come here,
We
if you
dare
come
you.
here, you know what's up. You know what's
We
good.
dare you.
It's,
We double
yeah,
dog dare. I triple dog dare you."
yeah.
And
It
so
was
so yeah, he ends up, entering Haitian airspace and going, not sure about this one, chief, and then tries to divert into Dominican Republic, and then Dominican is
oh God.
oh, oh, oh.
The Dominican government's like, you definitely know what's coming.
And so the Dominican Republic called him the N word, and so he flew to
Yeah.
Puerto Rico. They did not on record
Yeah,
call him the word.
the false guys were like, you don't want to come here because we don't like you. The Dominican government is like, you're Haitian. Don't even think about coming
Literally.
here. Don't even. You better go to America, or else.
And so yeah, he ended up diverting his plane to Puerto Rico, where he like would then go on to abdicate his position as prime minister. And so now we enter. By the way, this was in April of last year, if you can believe it. It
Yeah, this was
feels
all last year. Holy
it
crap, that
feels
was all last
years
year.
ago.
That felt like years ago.
And so yeah,
Oh my
uh,
God. I forgot that
so
was literally all of last year.
yeah, and so yeah,
Time
Damn.
isn't real,
ever
so.
ever
Yeah,
since
that no,
Haiti has
it's not real.
not had an elected leader in place, the United States basically just slapdashed a Haitian government together in a hotel room in Jamaica. And no, that's not me exaggerating. That's actually
No,
what happened.
literally.
Um,
That's literally verbatim of how like even Ryan Grimm described it. He was like, yeah, they were in a hotel room, literally just slapped and made up a whole government
and
like on
so
the
yeah,
spot.
that's what we got now. Also, I have a funny little little tidbit, little aside. Uh, Mitch, if you're still in chat, I feel like you would really appreciate this one. So for those of you who were for party to the last IET stream that took place on uh Echo and Rowie's streams. So the thing is, we watched a
Oh
movie
God,
called
no, 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 don't mention that. Not the
oh
bald
it
party.
whatever you think I'm going to, it's actually a little bit better and a little bit more surprising. So
Okay,
it's
I was
it's
about to
called
say.
I think it's called like Sugarcane Alley. Yeah, this film. Actually brilliant film. The French name is
Yeah.
Fricasse, and I'll be honest, like I was unsure about because like that was my first time watching it on that stream, and golly, I fucking love this movie now. Uh,
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so there was
It's a brilliant
also
movie.
a film called Sugarcane, just Sugarcane, that is about the indigenous genocide in like residential schools. But this
oh,
also looks good.
did not know that. So yeah, it's basically about like the post like liberation sugarcane economy of like the French colonies, namely Martinique. Uh, and so like it's about this young boy who like is like trying to like gain class mobility through education. And yeah, it is like about like the lives of all of the people around him and all of the people who like he would have to leave behind and
Mm-hmm.
all that. And
Yeah.
it's a fucking great movie. But the thing
It's
is,
it's an amazing movie.
what's his name? Uh what's the name of that fucking Belgian leader, the horrible one? Uh Leopold.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, one of the characters is named Leopold. Let me see if I can find a picture of him. Long story short, and fuck it. I'll just go to like the IMDb cast list. Do 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 do. Control F Leopold. There we go. Well, that's the mother of Leopold. Where is Leopold? God fucking damn it. Sugarcane Alley Leopold. God damn it.
Mm.
I can't find a source for this, but just know that I saw the name under like the act. Oh, actually, hold on. If I Google the name of the actor, it'll probably show up. Laurent. Oh, dear. Yep, there we go. Sugarcane Alley, 1983. Laurent Saint-Cyr as Leopold. So yeah, I don't know if it'll show a picture,
Google
but
is such
basically,
ass. Why was that so hard, dude?
I know.
yeah, literally,
You
I
so
literally
trash.
cannot find a single picture of this dude. But if you've seen the movie, then if
Yeah, I've
you're there for
seen
the
it,
first,
yeah.
yeah, it's like maybe you do have to watch part one and able to get part two in this case. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that little mixed kid, Leopold, the
Mm-hmm.
son of that like affluent white dude who like died and then like left him nothing. Uh,
Yeah.
in the movie context, was an actual person. And if we just Google like Laurent Saint-Cyr, like without any preface, we actually get
Oh
Laurent
my, wait,
Saint-Cyr
that's a real
LinkedIn.
person.
Yes, member of the Presidential Council.
No shot. That's a member?
What?
You fucking bet.
Holy shit.
He's a member? How the fuck? I could never find any of their names.
So
You did some
yep, I
CIA level research. I'm not even
yeah,
gonna
I've
lie.
been I've been doing like a good deal of digging and like at so like again like I kind of compared like his photos of him like today to like the photos of like Leopold, and I do believe that this is the same person. Also, like when you like look
That's
at
just
like
wait.
the
You're telling me so he played Leopold in the film?
I am like 89% sure.
That's insane.
And it's like
There's no
when like
that's great. If that's the case, that's crazy.
hold on, Haitian Presidential Council, because like I'm pretty sure when you like look up Haitian Presidential Council and like you see his name, it just lists him as like private citizen.
Yeah. He looks wealthy though. He looks affluent.
So yeah, Laurent Sancier, private
Private
sector.
sector. What the fuck?
That's so sus, dude.
How the this is oh, so that's how
So
you found their names. I was like, how the fuck did you find these people? I'm over here thinking
yeah,
this is like a secret society or something. Nah, you just finding names in like 2 searches.
Private sector
like
could be
I
literally
feel like I
anything.
shouldn't
everybody
like
here
I
has
feel
like,
like I shouldn't know
political.
their names. Like that's the worst part.
Yeah, they have like political parties and like like reasons for why they would be like associated, like have any like political like motion, and then nah, just just private sector.
Yes, Djeli is a cat, confirmed.
That's
Felipe says that Djeli is 89% sure. Does that have anything to do with being a cat and having a 1 in 9 chance of being wrong? Caught.
That
Exposed.
W whoa,
They
we're
are.
getting into
private.
some deep
They,
journalism here.
they are a cat. I'm sorry. I had to expose you
Deep
here.
investigative journalism.
Yeah, that if this is private sector, then he's probably either CIA as some type of asset for the U.S. or just rich
Or
as hell.
some sort of oligarch.
Private
Yeah,
sector,
some type.
that
Yeah,
could
that's
mean
what I'm saying.
anything. What does that even mean? Like,
That's private sector. That probably because if these guys are political parties, right? Yeah, groups, political part. And this just say, yeah, and the sus part is observer, and this guy is religious sector. That's sus.
yeah, fuck that.
Like that's what's his name? Yeah, that's a Catholic. Never mind. Joseph, that's a Catholic. Come on, you're already caught, bro.
hmm Exposed.
Okay. So,
That's
yeah, let me try to pivot it back just a little bit to
that's insane.
yeah, that
If
to be
that's
honest,
the
like
kid, that's insane. Like that's you didn't
yeah.
learn anything from that film. Not a single thing. Well, to be fair, he was like 5.
Yeah, true. But yeah, I've honestly been like I've honestly been like waiting to like drop that bomb on like Rowie's stream and Echo, just cause like I really want to see their reaction to finding out that it's
Oh my
more
god.
it's
Yes,
more
we
than likely that the
yeah,
people we watched in that movie the first time are now the Haitian Presidential Council.
that's insane, dude.
Some
That's actually
Illuminati
insane.
shit.
If that's like literally though, it doesn't help that it says private sector.
Right?
Like, what is that supposed to mean? What do you
Or just
mean? What do you mean
Corpa.
private sector? You have a LinkedIn.
Corpa the party.
Corpa.
Holy shit.
I
I'm just here.
I
I'm
love
just
I
in it
love
for the
her
money,
title.
guys.
Dude, child acting and
I
its
have no relation.
consequences.
Literally, you go from like being basically like friends, like you go from like playing like somewhat of an affluent like kid that's friends with like, let's be honest, literal like child slaves
Right?
to like literally just be like, yeah, I'm kind of in
I'm kind of special, actually.
I'm actually like ruining your country right now. one of the reasons why your country, kind of like controlling it without like your people's like consent. It's actually kind of all right, dude. Great. It's great for
Cool.
you.
Cool.
Oh, I need to search these guys up. I never even knew that they had names or anything. I thought they were like mysterious dudes. I was like, crap.
Yeah, I like ever since last Haiti stream, I've been like exhausting every Google link that I could on these people.
Because I know
Oh,
there was a scandal.
oh
I know
yeah,
one
the
of them
fucking
got bought out.
bribery. Yeah, the fucking bribery
Yeah, one of
bullshit.
them got bought out. I don't remember who. One of them got bought out
I
by an
believe it was.
oligarch.
I
It
believe.
was probably
Oh,
him. Yeah.
Yo,
that
thank
one
you for
I
the
don't.
raid. I'm sorry, I'm getting a raid. I like Tal Dysfunction. Thank you so much. We're talking about Haiti with a Jelly Like Jam and King Birth. Welcome in. Go ahead.
Hello and welcome, Raiders.
Go ahead.
I
Yeah.
am
Hello,
Djeli.
Raiders. I am King
This
Burr.
is. But yeah, African diaspora historian, sometimes on Twitch, but on hiatus right now. But a proud Haitian, and I. How long have we been going? Because I can go
All
for
right, let me
IET
check
if
the
that's what.
timer. Let me
4
check.
hours ish, almost.
Okay, that's not bad.
Yeah, and I've
It's
barely
not
even
bad to last
scratched.
stream.
Yeah, I've
Last
barely
stream.
even scratched the surface of like Haitian history.
There's so much. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm happy to go however long you want to.
I got work in the morning, so I probably maybe got like maybe another half hour to an hour in me.
All right. Speed run.
I
What's
mean,
going
I'm
on
on spring.
now?
Yeah, I'm on spring break.
Okay. Cool, cool.
I could go on for hours of current news. At least current news. Current history wise, I'm not a historian, but current news, yeah.
Later,
So
Electel. Thank
yeah,
you again. Go ahead. Sorry.
so yeah, let's go. Like quick update for anybody who is unfamiliar. Uh hold on. So Bert, you got the
I'm gonna
Twitter link
search.
for oh wait a second. I can
Tw-
just check our DMs. Uh
yeah, I'm gonna I'm gonna search some of these guys up while you're doing that. No reason.
so yeah, the piece of news that brought us to this discussion was via the Haiti Info Project. Uh, Breaking news: explosive drone from the PNH officiel, the the Haitian National Police, deployed against barbecues based in Lower Delma. So, barbecue is the current leader of the militant terrorist group Vive Ensemble. Uh, and yes, I don't feel bad about calling them that. I know it's racialized. I know it's politically charged, but it's what they are.
In this case, they literally are. To be honest, they
Yeah, like
possibly could be U.S. backed. So
oh yeah,
possibly,
and
like
then
like
we
I'm
do
like 90.
we do gotta drive to point home with the fucking barbecue pick. Where is it? There it
Oh
is.
gosh. Okay.
Yeah, just in case anybody's unclear about what's going on here. Like
Oh, that pick
this
is
is
gonna
him.
so get me in trouble.
It's
Oh God.
so funny.
One of these days. One of these days
Oh.
I'm gonna have to delete that tweet.
So I'm
So
glad
it's
I picked
like
up the vibe immediately when I was like, so when you say sus, do you mean like a US plant? And
That's
I was right.
no, yeah, that's what I mean by sus. This is weird.
Yeah, weird as fuck.
Getting your weapons first, getting your weapons from the US already suspect. Now this, yeah, dude, US plant immediately. Get out of here.
That's weird for an
Move.
American. Like I don't like it.
yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen an American do that. Like low key.
Yeah, I mean, surely
And
there's somebody, but yeah.
Yeah.
and so yeah, there was an attack on Barbecue's base in Lower Delma, and it killed several like high ranking like members of the group Vive Ensemble, which is a fucking horrible co-opting of like shall we say progressive aesthetics for their purpose. Like Vive Ensemble literally means living together
Mm.
uh in
Mm.
Haitian. So, like it's like literally they try like it's like if like like the coexist sticker people were also just terrorists, like
Yeah,
literal.
pretty much. Like literal, like
Yeah. Oh, Felipe is asking, do most of the guns in Haiti come from the USA? I would, yes. I think
Absolutely.
yes.
no, 100%. No, they
Most
100% come
most
That
guns
from the
in the
US.
world come from the US.
But
like it's
most of
not a
them that are
fact.
in Haiti are from the US. We don't
Yeah.
have factories, at least that I know of. We don't have
We don't
factories.
manufacture any guns.
Yeah, we don't. I'm pretty sure from what I've heard, like we also have like gun restriction laws, like from what I've heard as well. So if there's any arms, it's most likely coming from the US.
Oh, you know what? Now's a good time to mention President Sweet Mickey. All right,
Oh God.
President
Are you gonna
Sweet
pull up the
Mickey.
music video?
No, I'm gonna start with just the introduction of who. Yeah, this is Sweet Mickey,
Oh God.
the one, the only, the
What
sweetest sugar,
the fuck is this?
Sweet
Obama
Mickey.
backed him, by the way. I just want to make that clear.
Of
This is
course.
Obama's backing, by the
Of
way.
of course he did.
Yeah.
My favorite pictures of Sweet Mickey.
Can't take you. Why? What's worse is that his
Also,
music are bangers too.
yeah,
He
that's the
just
worst part.
sucks.
He he was and is a banger musician, and I will unapologetically continue to play his music.
That's the one thing I'll defend him on
Play us
is
the
the
track,
musician
please.
stuff.
I need to hear this. This looks
Oh
so
God.
iconic.
Okay.
All right.
Oh my god. I don't know what to expect even as genre. Like, I'm so
So, have you
ready.
ever heard compa before?
Who?
Compa. It's a Haitian genre of music.
I don't think so. I mean, not explicitly.
It's not playing. Mm.
Fun.
And so yeah, this is compa.
What
I
kind
see.
of dance do you do to this?
Trying to see it.
Sac pas content. So yeah, that is
Mm-mm-mm.
Sweet Mickey, and he
God, I hate
he
the
could
fact that
rock.
his music is bangers.
Yeah, he could rock any Haitian party in like the early 2000s.
Too
Uh,
bad he's
I like it.
no.
What do you just kind of like
yeah, he.
cha-cha or like salsa something?
So the dance is called Guyad. You know what?
Guyad.
Maybe we should transition into like maybe like a little bit of the culture slash like
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
laundering
Mhm.
section.
Yeah.
Uh, so just real quick, just to wrap up the whole like barbecue thing because I still haven't translated that video that I wanted to play.
Oh yeah.
Uh, so yeah.
Shoot. Let me go on stream real quick, because on my end I can't hear him, but it's fine.
Oh damn.
Probably yeah. It's fine though, because honestly I probably wouldn't understand him either way.
Dude. Oh, there we go. Here it is. Thing that we gotta remember is that the force must be proportional.
Mhm.
Okay, remember that. Uh, Ergo, they used like explosive drones to try assassinate me. I can So I can use so like yeah, they use like explosive drones to try assassinate me. I can use explosive drones to lay the fucking wood on anybody who I want in a
Where is
country
he
of
getting
love.
them? Who's giving him
That,
that?
that, that's the
Who
thing.
is
That's the
giving
thing.
him that?
That's the
What?
thing. Like I believe
Huh?
that this is going
What
to
do you
be
mean you have? Hmm.
so that's the thing. I believe that this is going to be like I mentioned it earlier, like a Ukraine situation where it's just like you just buy commercially like very cheap commercially available drones that like realistically anybody could just buy and have shipped to their house or whatever, and then you just attach
Since
explosive you just attach an explosive payload. Like it
I'm
doesn't even
already
have to be like
tired.
a like, oh, I have like an American military supplier. No, I just have Amazon Prime.
Fuck. Dude.
and
The
s-
future is
and so
bleak.
yeah,
What's what sucks is like I don't know how much money he has, but I know he's not broke.
he definitely got money, and so yeah,
He's
the end
definitely
of it
got
is
money.
yeah, the end of it is him saying because like the entire world is willing to sell them anything, but we got funds too, we can buy shit too. Remember that. Trust. And so what y'all can take from this
Uh,
is that barbecue is fully prepared to turn the city of Port-au-Prince into a Watch Dogs map.
Yeah, man.
that man is about to literally destroy the city. Man's a Gotham man. What is?
It's just like all for out. Like, eh, what are we doing? Just drone warfare forever?
That's
Like,
why I said the drones. That's why I said on Twitter immediately. I was like, the drones are a bad idea. I don't know
yeah.
what it is, but they're a bad idea. Like
Yeah.
immediately, I was like, you should not do this.
It's too
This is a
Yeah.
bad
easy.
idea.
Like,
Yeah,
This
it's
is way too
we've gave
aggressive.
you the idea now. Like
Yeah,
it is
you just
sticking in my head that he's like, oh, okay, so y'all can use explosive drones. Well, I can use explosive drones to strike down anybody who I deem as a threat. And so,
bro.
if I were like like a Haitian police officer or like a high-ranking police official, maybe consider
Yeah, I would
moving.
stop using that. Yeah, just don't use those anymore. Oh my god,
Yeah.
these guys are stupid. See, I knew that using that shit was one, way too aggressive, two, potentially deadly because this is like look how just look at the background. Look how close in proximity even like houses are. Like if one lands in the wrong house, that there's like a family in there, God forbid, something that's it's like all of that is just gonna go awry.
anything could happen.
The
Yeah,
fact that
no.
now,
Like, fuck.
yeah,
People crush
now
their
the fact that
drones
like
like
this guy
regularly. Like,
exactly. And not only that, what sucks is like he has people close to him that have drones. Like he has like that's why I say he's like Osama bin Laden because he there was like a picture not too long ago of these like white guys walking along with him, and one of them was like literally like holding like some type of device to control one of the drones. Let me see if I can.
Like all this dude needs is like maybe like $100 in Amazon Prime, and he has 3 drones at his compound right like tomorrow.
fuck.
I'm gonna find it.
Which is the problem with all of this.
Yeah.
Like the whole drone thing was a terrible idea from jump because like You're literally just giving him the idea of like, oh wait, maybe you could do the whole Ukraine suicide drone thing. And then yeah, cuz like that is a strategy that has been working rather well up to this point.
Yeah.
Like the Ukrainian
Was it?
military while fighting, their like David Goliath style war with Russia, where it's like, oh, wait a second, we don't have to risk our like severely undermanned and
Yes,
underpowered
sir.
like force. And then he's realizing, wait a second, I don't have to, go up against the full might of, whatever military it is that I'm gonna fight. I can just fucking drone strike them.
The video I was looking for was it was him with he was like walking or something. But there was another video that I saw. It's on the same account where basically there was a guy who's I'm gonna be honest, obviously a white guy, within his circle that was like had a some type of um I couldn't understand what barbecue was saying in the background, but basically it's like him talking and then this guy like literally controlling the drone. Like he already has those drones. Like that's the thing. He has white people, probably American, I'm assuming, within his circle that already has these types of drones. And then what else? And then in recent news, from what I've heard, DR, which is God, I don't even. I'll get to DR another time because I'm studying the level of nationalism that these guys have. I'm gonna be honest, Jelly, have you seen that one meme where it's like this is like the Caribbean version of like
Oh wait, I
Palestine and Israel?
yes.
At first I didn't think
Not
that meme
wrong.
was accurate, but the more I think about DR, the more I'm like, okay, maybe it is. Be, maybe it is was slightly different because DR one just
It's
extremely nationalist.
like
Currently,
less drone strikey, more apartheidy.
yeah, straight up, it's an apartheid. Straight up, straight up. This nation, straight. It's so bad that even like the U.S. kind of recognizes it, but doesn't say anything.
Fun fact, specifically Haitians, if they come to the Dominican Republic and have babies, then the baby will not be Dominican.
A
Specific
U.S. citizen. I
No,
mean, a
I'm
DR citizen.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well, both now. uh,
yeah, that too. But like,
Oh yeah,
that's the thing. They got rid of that right like a few years back. Let me see if I can find a YouTube video on it. I put it on my playlist somewhere. But they got rid of that right like recently. Like this was like a few years ago, essentially.
it's fucked.
God. When I was doing my deep dive of DR, it broke my brain. I was like,
but yeah, just real quick, so before we like begin to transition into like the image laundering section, I do also just want to give like people some like resources on like if you want reliable news on IAT that isn't just like CNN telling you that like Port-au-Prince is just like the worst ghettos that you can imagine or whatever. uh I would suggest RTC. It's Radio Télévision Caraïbe. They go live on YouTube like pretty much daily with, just a Haitian language news broadcast. It's not like, the most like, like left leaning thing in the world, but it is from the perspective of Haitians and it does have like subtitles translatable into the most the most commonly spoken languages. So it is an accessible discussion of like like what Haitians are talking about and like current events and whatever. Uh, and then also I also tend to look to a site called Loop News, specifically Loop Caribbean. Where is my news tab? There we go. There we go. So yeah, this site right here, Loop News, specifically Caribbean.loop.news.com. You know what? I'll drop the link in chat as well. Bang
That's
bang.
not it.
I got the other link, so thank you.
Oh, thank God. Uh, and so yeah, uh, I don't think any like super notable news in the Caribbean has happened like in since yesterday. Oh, I suppose
Except like,
Guyana and Venezuela going at it again. So like just a couple days ago. So just one other thing that we should like just kind of keep in the back of our minds is that Venezuela, like while we can like maintain our like kind of like support for like the anti-American aspects of Venezuela, just know that like there are very obvious and explicit reasons why it should not be without criticism. Like for the fact that this whole region right here in the northwest of Guyana, Venezuela has been like very aggressive about like just like sending their navy into these parts of the ocean, and like just like a week ago there was like a like actual military engagement, a conflict where like two or three Guyanese soldiers were injured. So it's like
ooh,
we could be looking at like a armed conflict very plausibly on this front within the next few months.
hmm.
So
So
very,
yeah, just
very critical support. I don't know anything about Guyana either. I fuck shit. There's so much to know.
I heard, yeah, I heard some things through a friend, nothing political, but more like,
oh, I
uh,
suppose another fun little tidbit is that Suriname expect their government to experience a huge upheaval within the next year or two. So it's like since like March of last year. Hold on, maybe like 2 years ago.
hmm.
Uh, hold on. Let me Google Paramaribo protest March 2023. So yeah, oh wait, actually, let me Google Paramar. Let me include indigenous on that. So basically, what was happening is like Paramaribo in Suriname has like a few like major where. Oh, I got rid of my Google Earth tab.
Oh God,
Uh,
was that the CIA site I was talking about earlier? Oh
I,
God, hate that
don't
guy.
worry about the fucking psyop news rags that I frequent. Okay.
Oh God, fucking hate. What's worse, he followed me on Twitter, and I didn't realize he was a psyop until he was outed, and I had to soft block him. I was like,
Oh no.
Two killed during riots in Suriname. Is that no? This is different.
mm,
So basically, like in like the spring of 2023, Suriname had like three different protests and riots back to back, and the one that I kind of do not advocate the most. Let me be clear. Uh, the one that I very explicitly advocate against the most, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, uh, was a group of like, it's like the protest started out of like, like whole like, government cutting subsidies that made like, what's it called? Like essentials, I guess is a term. Like, just stuff you just need, like, your basic grains and, toiletries and all that. It made all of that more expensive.
mm.
And then also like in combination with like mining contracts, because like the government of Suriname, uh shit, I forget Suriname's president's name. As soon as I see it, it'll come back to me immediately. But Suriname president, come on. Chandra Prasad Santaki. And so, yeah, that dude, he so like took some IMF loans, didn't really have a great plan about paying them back, and so like
That's
he's tried.
taking
So he
IMF
tried
loans
to,
is always a bad idea. Trust me.
Yeah,
yeah.
always a
So he
losing
tried to.
strat.
It's like you're pretty much you
Still haven't
just
passed
doomed
that.
your country essentially.
Yeah.
We're still waiting for the update. And so yeah, what's it called? Didn't have a great strategy on paying it back. Tried to institute some like austerity policies, and they were wildly unpopular. And so on the like mining side, so like this is a problem shared with like Guyana and Suriname, and then also Brazil, where it's like this region is like very mineral rich, and so the government really wants just like full unadulterated rights to just be there, but like
Yeah,
indigenous people are already there, and so
yeah.
in
I
order
think I
to
saw some footage of like indigenous people in Brazil fighting back against like the police as well.
yeah, and so like in order to
Yeah.
mine there, you kind of have to displace the people off the land so you can get the fucking mining rigs in. uh And so like with Suriname, it was like, they coupled the like the subsidies cuts, which made like essentials more expensive, with like mining contracts and whatever. And so like indigenous people in the capital city of Paramaribo uh just kind of like took to the streets and decided, you know what? Actually, no. Fuck no. And again, I must acknowledge that this is a demonstration that I very strongly advocate against. I do not endorse it. I do not endorse it. They took to the streets, burned down a police station, and took several mining executives hostage. Uh, so yeah,
The heck is
that's just,
going on in Suriname?
I
yeah,
condone.
that is something that.
I didn't even
So yeah,
hear
that
about this. What the
yeah,
fuck?
that is something that happened in Suriname, like two, yeah, going on like maybe like a 2-year anniversary now.
Damn.
Purely a retelling of historical events? Are the executives okay? Won't someone think of the
Fuck no.
executives?
Will somebody think of the executive?
You think he took the executive with the president?
Oh
Help! Help me! Please!
god.
So
uh,
yeah,
Just wanted to do a little bit of colonization, and these guys just took me seriously, man.
just keep in mind that like that is just one of like maybe 3 different like protests that took place in like the span of like several months that were like huge and like shook the city of Paramaribo. And it's like, oh, okay. Ooh, how long can this government hold on? How long can they maintain power?
I'm sorry, you've spoken about Venezuela and you've summoned Christina. She has family there. And I
Oh, hell yeah.
so I don't know if she wants to come on, maybe defend Venezuela.
Hey, the only
Honestly,
part I will defend Venezuela on is somewhat of their foreign policy, a little bit when it comes to Haiti.
see,
They like kept,
I would love a little bit of nuance, a little bit of
yeah,
pushback against what I presented within
hey,
reason. Cause like
yeah,
I mean like I can't ever like advocate for military aggression, but like I would like to see like what another perspective is on it.
Hmm. Perhaps another day.
yes. Another day, yeah.
Yeah, another time. I guess real quick, I'll probably maybe
Sorry,
play a little bit of
she
Ace.
is
Hmm?
she is Venezuelan. She I
Yeah,
misspoke.
AW Venezuela. Uh, but yeah, I'll probably play like a little bit of Haitian music and like maybe talk about some Haitian food and culture and whatever. Uh, so bang.
Let's go.
So I will say, like, a lot of like modern like Haitian music is starting to sound like a lot more like R&B adjacent, which again, not a bad thing. I actually really like it. It's kind of like
yeah,
going into like the Afrobeat direction, you know?
Hmm.
yeah.
So yeah, hopefully that's not too loud.
It's good.
Okay, so now we're at volume. Cool.
No, 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 no. Longtemps l'aime des jeunes, des gon style bad
All
boy
right,
la
so
vie.
let's talk about food.
Passion c'est fait jeune, gentil play pas
Mm,
suffit. Pendant t'es ak jou, end up crasé ma jolie.
Oh, don't tell me Haitian restaurants near me. Chat doesn't need to know that.
It's a secret.
Pourtant m'konne c'est pour pile, moi mais avec. Petit garçon m'a faut d'amour. Belle parole entre nos crânes.
it's a secret shipment.
Doris c'était pour le bam yon tennis. Si pas de faire mais de passe
Hold on, I gotta turn you up in my Discord. The music is drowning y'all out just a little bit. 1 second.
Can you drop playlists?
Oh yeah, it's a small playlist as of right now, but I'm always adding to it. So,
Cool.
how
Yeah, I
do
have
I
a
link? Hmm?
I have no clue how you make stuff on. I know how you could. I think I know how you could do it on mobile, but not on desktop. I don't know. I don't use Spotify.
Yeah, this is YouTube music, so
Oh, it's YouTube music.
Yeah, I don't use
I'm
YouTube
a
music.
yeah.
There we
Music
go.
boomer. I don't. Oh, okay, got it.
how have I not added this to the playlist yet? Hold on, I just realized that there is one song that is like a Haitian staple that I have not added to the playlist. But oh, I was gonna do something. Well, I suppose I can hear y'all over my music now, so I adjusted volume. Was I just gonna talk about food now?
Is that-
Sounds like it.
Yeah, food.
Yeah. It's a good chat.
All right, hold on. So I'm just going to separate this out into a different window, and then try to scroll past the parts that would dox me.
All right.
Okay, yeah, I can use this list. All right, so back into fucking my main window. All right, so you know what? Let's start from 20. What do they have at 20? Oh, you know what? We'll start with beverages. So like Barbancourt is the quintessential Haitian rum. It's like the kind of thing where like here in the States I can only find in like maybe like super
Yeah, I've
like
never
well
seen that in the States.
yeah, it's
Like
like
ever.
I, as a as a connoisseur of plastic bottle vodka, I do spend quite a bit of time in liquor stores.
Awesome.
I that is a joke that I if I'm being real, like it is something that I actually fight with constantly, but
Mm.
I
No,
guess less
same.
and less recently, but yeah. Who boy. But yeah,
It's hard. Yeah.
who so yeah, it's the kind of thing that I only see in like super like stocked up like warehouse like just really really nice liquor stores.
Mm.
But yeah, it is like the quintessential Haitian rum. That is the like white variety. I've never bought it. I don't buy white rum. But yeah, these are but yeah, the fucking
Ugh,
brown one, like this is like
15.
it
Ooh.
is yeah, it is the quintessential Haitian rum. It's like the one where it's like there's a drink. Uh I'm not gonna rely on this list to have it. I'm just gonna Google it. It's called Temas. It's basically so like how like all of the Caribbean countries have their own like festive holiday coconut drink. This is the Haitian one. Uh, so it's like coconut milk, coconut cream, fucking coconut liquor,
Mm.
and
Oh,
you like
this I've seen. Yeah.
Mm.
yeah, and you mix it all together with like your spices and whatever else. Oh yeah, yeah, you kind of like steep it and whatever, and then you like add in like a whole bunch of like rumba because like if you don't use barbancourt, then hey, what the fuck are you doing? It is the kind of thing where it's like anytime I make cremas, I do also make the effort to like find to like actually source barbancourt. Like it is a special occasion in my just like in the culture.
It
Like
sounds
I
way better
don't
than
make.
eggnog, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not a fan of
Oh,
eggnog, but I would
absolutely,
drink this.
I've never drinking this.
absolutely. I I wouldn't say like I can drink this all day because I know I shouldn't because it's very sugary but also like very boozy. Uh,
Mm.
especially the way my aunt makes it. But yeah, uh, but yeah, uh, yeah. So let's start from number 20 at the list of.
I'm so hungry
Okay, so we got
already. Oh my god.
so dukunu is basically like Haitian tamales. Uh, it also it it also exists in like Jamaica and like parts of the Lesser Antilles. Basically, like in these parts of the Caribbean slash Latin America, uh, tamales are more of a dessert thing, where it's like like they'll like mix their like cornmeal and like whatever with meat, and then like wrap it up in a corn husk and then steam it. Whereas we tend to like mix it with like dried fruit and vanilla and coconut milk and whatever, and then steam it, and then that just becomes like a dessert tamal, I should say. So yeah, that's dukunu.
Yum.
uh Epis, this is like the flavor base of all Haitian food. I should say all savory Haitian food, where it's like where you think of like you know, when you want to make French food, you got to do mirepoix. When you want to make Puerto Rican food, you got to do sofrito. When you want to do I don't know Trini food, you got to do green seasoning. This is this is that for Haiti. This is that for Haiti. So it's basically like you just throw onion, green bell pepper, scallions, garlic, scotch bonnet, some thyme, and various other spices into a blender, and oh yeah, with some vinegar and like just enough oil to like bring it together into a loose paste, and that is epis. And then you use it to like marinate meat. You like fry a little bit of it in a pan when you're getting ready to cook something savory or whatever, and like that just gives you like that Haitian flavor. uh my moulin, which is basically like cornmeal porridge.
Yeah.
Accra. macaroni au gratin, which is basically like baked macaroni. Tom tom. So yeah, tom tom is uh it says that it's mashed breadfruit, but I've known it to be mashed plantain. It's basically equivalent to mofongo if you've ever had it. Mofongo. So yeah, the like African tradition of just like taking a starch and just mashing it into oblivion and then like serving it as a mound alongside something else. Like that is like the new world application of this, you know? Mafongo, tom tom, both the same thing. Uh oh wait, what happened to my music? There. Pate haïtien. So the thing about these actually don't look like the Haitian patty I'm used to. Let me actually see what Google has to give me. Pate haïtien. All right, yeah, these are looking a little bit. These are looking closer to what I'm used to. So it's like the thing about like pretty much
Yes.
everywhere in the Caribbean has like their own like version of like meat pies. But the thing that like kind of sets Haitian patties apart is that like we use puff pastry or like a rough puff pastry. So like it's very flaky. It's puff pastry. So it's like anyway, I'm sorry. This song just
It's good.
it takes every fiber of my being not to just like fucking scream out simplicite. But yeah, it's puff pastry. Like it's a French import on the culture. Like I like it.
It
Sue me.
looks so good.
Looks yeah. Every time I eat it.
Okay, poulet au noir. That one's really only found in the north. Like localized specifically around Cap Haitien. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna let this play for a little while. Golly, I gotta let that chorus play anytime I see it. I mean, anytime I hear it. So yeah, Haitian bread. I fucking love Haitian bread. Oh, and then just one part of Haitian music is we fucking love a synth solo. So yeah, if it's a song and a Haitian made it, be prepared for a synth solo.
Yep.
DjeliLikeJam. All right, so this one is a Haitian original. So this one, it is specifically the north of Haiti. So like there is a species of black trumpet mushrooms that grows in like the north of Haiti called jonjon, and basically, so yeah, it only grows in the northern mountains of Haiti, and so it's like it's one of those things where like if I want to make DjeliLikeJam, I actually have to like find like somebody with like Haitian import ties to like get me some jonjon. But what you do is you basically like dry the mushrooms and then you like steep them in water to make like a kind of tea or like a broth maybe. And then you use that broth to like make your rice or whatever.
Yum.
So like, yeah. And so basically, Like the English name is like black rice, but yeah, the Haitian name is just like Jean is the name of the mushroom, Jean rice. Uh, Diakpoa, which is just rice and beans. Hopefully, I don't have to explain rice and beans.
Rice and beans are so good.
Mhm.
A staple.
Yeah, it is very explicitly like a calling card of the African diaspora wherever it like appears. So it's like anytime you see somebody like specific like mixing rice and beans in the same pot, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, this is a place that has had some contact with the African diaspora. Ah, poisson boucané, grilled fish, basically. Oh, douce macos. This is actually a specialty of where was it? Petit Goave. Yeah, it's like. But I've also heard it said it's a specialty of Gonaïve, but yeah, Petit Goave. So douce macos, it's basically Haitian fudge, and like we like do a like metropolitan style thing, where it's like, you know, we like sandwich it with like peanut butter and like almond paste and yeah,
Neapolitan.
sometimes like yeah, and strawberry and some other flavor and whatever, chocolate. So yeah,
Fudge is so good.
what is it? Oh, griot.
Yes.
Yes, the fucking one of the national dishes of Haiti.
Faves.
It's basically like pork shoulder chunks that you like cube up into like maybe like 2-inch chunks. You stew it for like anyway, you stew it for like 2 hours. Well, not 2 hours, maybe like an hour. And then after like, you know, the meat is sufficiently tender, then you like take out the chunks, drain them, and then you fry them to get like the outside crispy.
Ooh.
Yum. Anyway, it is
Amazing.
yeah. Does this list put pickles on it?
Wow.
Does not. Okay, so yeah, it is traditionally served with something called pickles, which is basically like a. Anyway, it is served with a vegetable slaw called pickles, which
Yes.
uh,
Ate some like not too long ago.
yeah, it's like one of those things where like I can't mention pickles without my mouth like watering like Pavlov's dogs.
So good. So
I'm so hungry. Ah.
Yeah, it's basically like. Anyway, I am sorry, but I am just very happy and just deeply in the vibe of the song.
You're good.
Yeah. Basically, like vinegar, lime, onions, cabbage, carrots, and a variety of other like shredded vegetables. A whole bunch of salt. It is a pickle, you know, hence the name pickles. And so yeah, it is used to like kind of cut through the richness of the griot, and also just as a topping for anything else you can imagine. And if you're anything like me, then griot, not griot, pickles is just a salad. It is traditionally made like, you know, like ridiculously well. I make it ridiculously spicy.
yeah,
But,
it's really spicy, but I still like it.
Kind of like kimchi. I fuck with kimchi.
Yeah,
Mm,
except not
yeah.
fermented, but yeah, kind of a similar vibe.
Yeah.
I have a meme somewhere in my Discord. Let me see if I can find it quick enough.
I have some new recipes. I'm excited.
Monsieur, tu pas mauvais. Pourquoi pas avec partenaire? Non, monsieur, tu j'aime bon. Mais Alexandre?
Wait, how did you spell pickles?
Pikliz. Pikliz.
Thanks.
Okay, there we go. It is this meme.
Hell yeah.
So I'm in a Haitian Discord server, and I dropped this quote, and a friend of mine made this meme.
I can't.
So originally that is a Djeli quote, and they just like attribute it to Jean-Jacques Dessalines.
Awesome.
So yeah. Jumu, this is
Yes.
Haitian soup. So Haitian Independence Day is on January 1st of every year. It coincides with New Year. So one thing about me is like I don't really wish people Happy New Year that much. What I do wish them is Happy Haitian Independence Day. And so it's like one of those things where like, you know, just kind of like culturally, so like pumpkin and like, you know, squash were viewed as kind of like upper class foods outside of the reach of the enslaved, outside of the reach of the enslaved Africans. And so like once we got independence, we celebrated by making a big bowl, you know, a big ass fucking pot of soup with, you know, the foods that we weren't allowed to eat. One such food being squash. And so yeah, such is the birth of the Haitian independent soup. So it is a pumpkin soup, but like with like beef and cabbage and carrots and celery and bell peppers and potatoes and pasta and yam and yeah, just a whole bunch of shit. And like I'm gonna put it this way, like the way I interpret it, like, you know, within my family, Haitian culture is owning a giant ass 10-gallon pot that you only use once a year.
Pretty much.
And that is to say that my mom only uses her like giant ass 10-gallon pot once a year on New Year's to make soup jumeau. Bouillon. It's kind of hardly worth the mention. It's just like anything is bouillon. Like you just you boil it. It's bouillon. You fucking throw some chicken in there, some carrots, some onions. You made bouillon. You fucking throw some goat, some pork in there with some, I don't know, some vegetables, some dumplings. You made bouillon.
So just like stew.
It's soup.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's soup basically.
I'll say more like soup.
Yeah, soup. Yeah.
Legumes. One of my favorites. It is honestly like not the like most beautiful thing in the world.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's I would say like least, sure.
It is literally just like a bunch of vegetables and then you mash it up.
Yeah.
But I do love it. I like anything that like centers vegetables or whatever. And then you can also like include like, I don't know, whatever meat you want, or like a lot of people like to include seafood in their legume. All right, tasso. It's basically griot, but with like any non-pork meat. And I feel like there's so much more Haitian. Oh, wait a second. The unofficial national dish of Haiti. Haitian
That's true.
spaghetti.
Yep.
Okay.
Like when I tell you, like
Yo.
Haitians will fuck up a plate of spaghetti, and then
Yep.
also we don't make spaghetti
Yep.
like the way y'all would anticipate or like expect or whatever. So like the way we do it, here's a really photogenic picture of like some Haitian spaghetti. So it's like it's basically like onions and bell peppers, and like you fry it in like tomato paste and what else? Oh yeah, you add sausage, and a lot of people like to serve it with like a hard-boiled egg or two, maybe. Let me check their. Oh yeah, of course you also gotta add eddies. Let me check the recipe list. Yeah, basically everything I just described. So yeah, like this is one of the things where like you'll never see it on a list of like Haitian foods, but like
Mhm.
come on.
It's up there, yeah. Should be up there. It's under.
What you say?
Good. Oh, I said it should be up there. It's so good,
Oh, and
especially the way my family eat.
wait, what did you say? What else should be up there?
Oh, I was talking about Haitian spaghetti. I was saying it should be up
Oh
there.
yeah.
Honestly, so good.
But yeah, I will also say that ooh, this is gonna get me down a little bit of a tangent, but like the first YouTube video that I ever released was on the fucking Duolingo Haitian Creole course, or Duolingo Haitian course. That shit was so bad it felt racist. Like straight up, it was like they didn't even fucking try. Like in trying to make it through like the first few lessons of that course, I was feeling microaggressions. However, on the flip side of that, there are kind of like a few like inside jokes. Like I would really only expect like Haitians to know, or like people who like interact with Haitians. And one of the things is like, one of the sentences that like it routinely asks you to translate is like, yes, spaghetti is a breakfast food, which is a very Haitian thing to say.
I mean, I eat spaghetti for breakfast. Why not?
And so yeah, you'll notice that like a lot of these plates in like the whole like Google search thing, they have like hard-boiled eggs in them, which for some people is like just an excuse to say, hey, it's breakfast.
It's a balanced meal.
Yeah.
I think your mic is just like cracking up a little bit. Is it like disconnected or something?
Oh, it could be me talking to the side of my mic.
Oh yeah.
Is it any better now?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I just got a new mic maybe like a few days ago, and I'm still kind of getting used to like the pickup pattern.
Yeah.
Like with my old one, I was kind of able to get away with like kind of like swaying my head a little bit side to side, but
Oh wait, it's still cracking.
Yeah, it's a little cracky. I was trying to see if it was my end or not because my headphones suck.
1 second. And it just started?
Yeah, just a little bit ago.
I think so, yeah.
Let me check my Discord settings.
Okay.
All right, check, 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 check. How are we sounding now?
Still cracking.
So cracking, yeah.
Ah, fucking damn it. Oh, it's midnight. It's my bedtime anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
This looks so fucking good though. God. Starving.
Yeah, I'm starving too. God dang it. Why do we have to talk about food?
Yeah. I'm about to go make a burrito.
Oh yeah.
I'm about to go eat a real mean. Ugh.
Yeah, it's been a joy hanging with y'all.
Likewise. Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
Likewise, yeah. Happy to bring you on every time. It's really-
Thanks for having me.
Anytime.
Anytime, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Like we just scratched the surface, and like,
We didn't even talk about. Oh god, we didn't talk about so many things. I mean, I would probably after Djeli leaves, I'll talk about one thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's pretty
Oh,
much.
that's the U.S. occupation, and God, I have so much material on that.
I know. I even have a few clips from it too, like a
Is that-
few like newspapers.
Yeah.
Like I found an account that was like posting like newspapers from that era. It's
I'm gonna drop the link again because more people need to know about it.
yeah,
So it's like one of those things where, like, anytime I produce a video on IT, like, it definitely gets like, how do I put it, like, blacklisted from the algorithm.
Yeah.
yeah.
It's like,
Definitely go support. Do it now.
so
Yeah.
it's like I can really
I have your. I have your one of your videos on the playlist that I have for strictly just Haiti.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna look for other documentaries and video essays and stuff too for chat.
I have a whole doc.
Copy videos to get like, you know, like 1 or 2K, but like my like 80 videos don't even scratch 100.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so obviously throttled. I went to look for like news on Haiti, and like there was literally 6 articles total in the news tab.
It's kind of insane. I'm not gonna lie.
It's
How
wild.
suppressed it is. Yeah. Like got to a point where I just relied on Twitter. Well, not Twitter journalists, but journalists on Twitter that mainly report about it.
Yeah.
But I mean, while we're at it, I might as well talk about Lake DR. Basically, the Dominican Republic. I know some of the historic background. I'm not gonna get into it yet. All chat should know is one thing. Currently, right now, it's just a very fascist. We're talking like not like how do I describe it? No, it's a pretty fascist regime right now. For example, I think not too long ago they promised a mass deportation campaign on Haitians, essentially. And also, it's like I learned a bunch of really messed up things. But basically, the reason why I was worried about why DR called the militant groups in Haiti terrorist organizations is because I'm of suspicion. I don't think it's going to happen, but I am of suspicion that they could possibly want to intervene in some way. Either that's through trying to participate in sending police over there themselves, or possibly try to invade. I don't know. All I'm saying is the reason why I don't trust DRs. Um, Dag, Dag is true. The reason why I don't trust DR's clarification of terrorism, putting terrorists on. How do I say this? God dang it, words. The reason why I don't trust the fact that DR called them that is because of their known bigoted history with Haitian people. It's literally like straight up apartheid, basically. Like, for example, God forbid, if you don't have a government ID, apparently, like you just don't have a life, essentially, in DR as a non-Dominican person, basically. Like, you literally can't have, like, you can't make a bank account without a government ID. You can't do a lot of things without one, basically.
One thing I will also just mention is that this kind of segues into a whole concept called anti-Haitianism.
Yeah.
Like, it is a specific subsect of anti-blackness that very specifically like targets Haitians within like the New World, but also probably parts of the world as well.
Yeah.
So it's like, even in the context of like predominantly like black nations, like say Jamaica or Bahamas or Indio nations like Dominican Republic, like you'll still see like a specific kind of bigotry that uses Haitians as a proxy for black people.
Pretty much.
So it's like, yeah, and it's like one of those things where like it goes so deep, like, you know, in the culture of all of these countries, where it's like, so like my mom was raised in the Bahamas to Haitian parents. My dad was raised in Haiti to Haitian parents. And my mom, like, you know, like, will mention that, like, when she first met my dad, she was like, oh, you know, another one of those dirty, uneducated Haitians or whatever, fresh off the boat. And it's like, yeah, you have Haitian parents, you know that, but like the culture just like it the tide of the culture is just so very strong in like pushing you into these assumptions, you know?
Yeah. Like, you could literally have Haitian in you and you'll still be a bigot against your own people.
Like the real, like, yeah, that's the real gag. Like, my mom spoke Creole at home.
I think like one time, I think it was a Dominican leftist that I follow, who was talking about it, and
You know?
she posted like, forgot who. She basically posted her DNA results. As soon as she posted them, Dominican Twitter, like right-wing Dominican Twitter, immediately got on her ass because she had like a little bit of percentage of Haitian in it.
Dude, fucking
Insane.
DNA tests, dude, it's always sus as fuck.
It was
people,
insane.
Like, are not normal about it. Yeah.
Just like, that's how bad the nationalism is, though. It's like when you, because we're seeing this with like Israel, we're seeing this with a lot of countries, where if you become that level of nationalist, your brain just becomes broken, like, essentially, like, to a point where like if you like, how do I say this? It's like, if you're, God forbid, a certain percentage of a race of, let's say, like Haitian, right? Right-wing Dominicans, not like nationalist ass right-wing Dominicans, will be on your ass. Even if you're Dominican yourself, like, they will literally be on your fucking ass, even though you didn't choose your lineage or nothing, because you're partly Haitian. That's it. It's like insane levels of bigotry. Like absolute insane. Even the government participates in it. For example, like they've literally said, if you are of any type of Haitian ancestry, you're out of the fucking country. Like immediately, you're out. If you are born to Haitian parents, you're out of the country.
Is there
Like
I find it hard to believe that there's that much of a genetic difference. Like how
there's
are
not.
you
No.
like even like those are always kind of bunk.
It's like I
Like
don't
where
know.
they
Apparently,
have a
like
phenotype of Black or African descent, and then synonymize it with Haitian. So it's
Right.
like,
yeah,
as far back as like, the 18th. So like just a little bit of like, like setting the vibe for like
The cracks are
the kind of,
intensifying.
yeah, just like setting the vibe for like the kind of like Eskimo identity that kind of was sprang as a result of like like Dominican independence. It's like Dominican Republic declared their independence not from Spain, but from Haiti. So it's like,
yeah.
how do I put
Like
this?
already from the beginning, like it was kind of reactionary already.
Like a large part of like like modern Dominican identity, also like the original independence movement is kind of based around like this whole like idea of like we are not them. Well, who
Yeah.
is them? Them is Haitians, and so how
I'm
do
sorry,
we have?
Jelly, your mic is cracking so bad. It sounds like a cable. Sorry.
Unplugged and plugged back in. Any better?
No.
Nah.
All right. Well, I'm just out. Peace.
All right.
Sorry. Thank you.
It's all good.
It's nice having you. But yeah. What was I saying? I hope Jelly's in chat. Maybe they could have a better explanation than I do because I'm just now looking into it. But basically, honestly, the way the country runs, it's kind of like an apartheid state, basically, where it's like it's very like nationalistic and very like like what Jelly said, like we are not them, basically. In some cases, they're like we're better than them, actually.
Yeah, like
So it's like
supremacist shit.
very, very supremacist. Honestly, pretty concerning. Just because like I've seen like literal footage of like people being like hate crime over there. Like it's bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just if you see any news about DR, just I don't know. I wouldn't say be wary, but just be aware that there is a level of like nationalism and there is a level of like genuine like bigotry that's pretty bad. And there was a really good video that AJ, I think, was that AJ Plus? Let me check. Yeah, AJ Plus put out about it. It's a really good video. I'm gonna put it in chat.
Thanks.
It's pretty, yeah, it's pretty good. I would say it's like kind of like a full. Um, wait a minute. Freaking, hold on. I might have to do it on desktop because mobile sucks.
Mobile's the
But
worst, yeah.
yeah, I know. I don't understand why they don't make mobile
No, Jelly
better.
just dipped out because
Yeah,
mic
it's
problems.
Yeah. But basically, like, there was this like meme like a long time ago that even people in my personal life have shared it to me. And like at first I was like, this is it's a crazy comparison. Like that's not really it. But like the more I look into like the Dominican Republic and how they treat their like Haitian population and all that stuff, the more that meme doesn't become a meme anymore. It's kind of real
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
to a
mean,
degree.
DR is also a bit of a vassal in a way, right? Or
Yeah. It's I mean, I would say there has been US intervention from what I remember because pretty there was a there was a dictator. God dang it. He's mentioned in the video, but there was a dictator who was US from what I remember. And, and let me try to
many such cases.
real quick. Mm,
Thank you so much, Jelly,
he,
for being here.
yeah,
Thank
he was.
you
I'm
for
not
all
gonna lie, he was
the.
kind of like Dominican Hitler. Yeah,
Sorry, I was
thank you,
just
Jelly.
yeah, thinking Jelly. Thank you for all the information and everything. I definitely want to talk again soon.
Yeah, yeah. Follow Jelly on Twitch because I do not stream at all. I'm just
Do it.
kind of a yapper. Yeah.
You should though.
I mean, I I've thought about it, but let me see. It's kind. The dictator I was talking about. He's kind of like maybe. I hope those freaking nationalists don't find the stream, but basically, he was kind of like Hitler in a way, where like he literally had like the mustache and everything, like full fascist, literal mustache. Apparently I didn't even know this about him. Apparently he used makeup to paint himself to make himself look whiter to to his people, which was crazy.
The
There's a
fuck.
crazy fact that I had to learn. Yeah.
Wow.
Um. Yeah.
Oh, I missed a message
He
from
is.
Jelly. The idea I was getting off is the Dominican independence movement was a bourgeois rebellion against the Haitian president,
Yes.
Jean Boyer. Also hate
I
him. And
try my new mic,
it.
my
Oh,
old mic.
oh, cool.
Oh, you switched to your
Any
own mic?
better?
That's better.
Yes.
Oh,
It's better.
sick.
Nice.
Also, hi Insomniac Toaster. They are a jelly chatter who decided to stop in.
Sweet. Welcome in. So you can finish your chat I was reading or your thought.
Oh yeah, just the DR. Which one? DR being occupied by the U.S. or the fucking nationalist like revolution
You're,
thing?
you're
Yeah.
talking about that. I would
The
say
bourgeois
nationalist
rebellion.
revolution.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, Jean Boyer, president of Haiti of the time. I cannot stand that dude. He is also responsible for the independence debt. Kind of. A lot of complicated feelings around that. I'll try to skip over them. But long story short, he was the president under which, like, like we got the independence debt, and then he got the same sort of like sugar pilled fucking like the fucking sugar brain that infested Toussaint, Dessalines, and Henri Christophe before him. And he was like, oh, well, we got all this debt. We got to make money somehow. Okay, everybody back to the plantations. And so like, he was unpopular with everybody, on the island, not just the Dominicans.
Yeah.
And so like, the the Dominican elite like took advantage of this and were like,
Were they white from what I remember? The
yep,
video they
yep,
were
yep,
white.
yep.
Okay.
Let me just be very clear about one thing. Only one Dominican president fails the brown paper bag test. Now, anybody unfamiliar with the brown paper bag test? It's a thing that was like part of like Jim Crow era like segregation policies, where it's like some places of business would just hang a brown paper bag outside their front door, and if you were darker than the browns, if you were darker than the brown paper bag, then you weren't allowed in. And so yeah, uh, only one Dominican president that I can think of fails the brown paper bag test. I'll let you assume whatever you want from that statement.
It wasn't. It wasn't a dictator, was it?
Oh no! It
Okay,
was
I was
just
about to say.
it was just an average ass dude who was also just beholden to the same system as all the other Dominican presidents, but he was the Dominican Obama.
Oh God.
the
Let's
little
keep
bit
this
of
apartheid up.
the little bit of colorblind justification.
Yeah. Hmm. But yeah, that was pretty. But yeah, they in the video they were talking about a secret society, so I was assuming that was them, the white bourgeois Dominicans. Okay.
Oh, la Trinitaria. Yeah, the in English the Trinity. So yeah,
Yeah.
it was like a body of fucking, I don't want to say like, I I guess they were kind of like the Dominican like stonemasons, the Masons. Um
Mhm.
where it's like, a group of like, intellectuals, also like united by political interests and, acted clandestinely and, all that good stuff. Uh
Mhm.
yeah, basically that, but with like Dominican elite and like maybe like one or two like, like mixed people for like flavor.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, but that was pretty much like what I kind of wanted to talk about because I feel like I don't know. I don't want to end the stream not talking about it. It's been bothering me for days of how like pretty nationalist and pretty like it's scary because it's like having Israel but as a neighbor. Like they're literally like I don't know. It's terrifying. And then also Luis, the current president, is like always does some weird shit. Like not weird shit, but always announces a fascist policy on a day of something. Like the mass deportation one, he announced it on the literal anniversary of, in my opinion, a genocide, basically. Um,
What,
the
Parsley
famous
Massacre?
part, yeah, Parsley Massacre.
Motherfucker.
Um,
Goddamn.
yeah,
Whoa,
literally,
whoa! I just realized. Whoa, he did that.
yes. I apparently he announced a straight up mass deportation policy on that anniversary. My
Jesus.
opinion, kind of insane.
Cartoonish levels.
Yeah, that's it's evil as fuck.
Yeah.
Um,
Goddamn.
and then literally on Dominican Independence Day, I believe.
Which just
He
passed, by the way, February
yeah,
27th.
which just passed. He stated he signed an executive order. He announced it on Twitter, being like, "Hey, the guys, the militant groups are now a terrorist organization." And
Also,
yeah,
mhm. Yeah, just a
he's
just a quick aside that I would like to toss in, where it's like, uh, you know, Dominican independence, February 27th. Yeah, fine, cool, whatever. But I've seen some Afro Dominican scholars, pose the question much in the same manner that Frederick Douglass posed the question of like, what to the slave is the 4th of July? Well, what is the 27th of February to the Afro-Dominican? And spoiler alert, the answer is not much.
Yeah.
Granted, like, life wasn't great under Boyer, and I wanted him out of power too. So it's like, whatever. You use that as, means to like gain independence. But the issue with that is that it wasn't like, like just the regular ass people claiming like self-governance. It was the white slave owning bourgeois who used this as a means to solidify their power.
Yeah, this is the tweet in translation because it was in Spanish. Observing the lack of interest and inability of the international community regarding this tragedy, like he cares. Anyways, and after analysis and after meetings with the national security agencies of the Dominican Republic, yesterday I signed a decree declaring the Haitian criminal gangs as terrorist organizations. He tweeted that, I believe, 5 days ago. The reason why I was worried about this is because, one, he's been complaining about like, oh, government official in the Haitian government straight up was like, this is an ethnic cleansing. Straight up. Ethnic cleansing, like this is fucked up essentially.
Doesn't always stop him from doing it, but
yeah. It's not physically stopping it, yeah. But from what I'm speculating, it's like he's probably gonna fuck around and try to do some fuck shit, essentially. And we should, in my opinion, I'm gonna. I know we can't all like focus on everything all at once, but if you see anything or hear anything, I would appreciate it if people could possibly send a link to something, whatever, or try to spread the word essentially, because I'm gonna be honest, I don't trust DR. I don't think these guys are doing it out of good faith. I think they're planning on doing some fuck shit. They're no different than like how like the only difference between like DR and like America, I mean DR and like places like Israel, Sri Lanka, all these like literal fascist apartheid places, the only difference is like they're not backed by America as much, at least from my knowledge that I know.
Well,
maybe they are. I could be wrong. I don't know much about DR,
so yeah, it's kind of like one of those things where like because they were the most cooperative in like the US occupation thing, they are the kind of one that kind of reaps the spoils of that kind of relationship, where it's like they occupied the entirety of like the Greater Antilles at the same time. So like Cuba, Haiti, Dominican Republic, and Puerto Rico, all within like a decade or two of each other. And yeah, like Dominican Republic was just roll over and show your soft underbelly the most. And so yeah, they kind of got like, like the automotive industry and like the tourism economy and the fucking I don't know, the sugar economy and whatever, because they were willing to, like exploit labor from the far less amenable to United States imperialism Haitians who were now being displaced out of the country by the U.S. occupation. And so yeah, it's that kind of thing.
Yeah. So, but basically, yeah. Just if y'all see any eyes on or see anything, just try to spread word, because I don't trust y'all.
Also, just real quick, Kami Quinoa Club, don't go to fucking New York. Just
Yeah.
so yeah, that is a joke. That is a joke. I actually don't mind Dominican. Well, okay, so there are a couple kinds of Caribbeans who will like move to the United States and immediately form a conservative voting bloc. The first one, Miami Cubans. The second one, New York Dominicans.
Curious. I wonder why
It's
that
funny.
could be.
It's funny because like I've met Dominicans that are not like bigoted at all.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. So it's like it's definitely not like
it's not.
I would
It's
say,
most certainly not uniform.
yeah, it's definitely not like, from my knowledge, maybe
Oh yeah. And so like I make the joke of like, like never search the word Haitian on r/Dominican.
yeah,
Like just don't do it. You will not like what you see.
it's
But
Hitlerite shit.
yeah, but I will say like r/Dominican skews very, very right wing. And the majority of like regular ass people on from the Dominican Republic don't actually think like that.
Yeah, they
However,
don't. They're pretty normal people for the most part. They don't care.
however, it is worth noting that like there are like just a lot of Dominicans who will like like move to New York. They are actually New York's biggest minority outside of like Mexicans. Actually, I don't even think Mexicans have that title in New York, actually. But yeah, I think it is just Dominicans who are the biggest minority. But yeah, so yeah, where was I going with that? Oh yeah, moving to the United States and forming a conservative voting bloc. So yeah, there is just a very specific kind of Dominican who maybe had a little bit of means which allowed them to move. Kind of like the Cubans who maybe had a little bit of means that allowed them to move in the 70s when Castro came to power. That's that's none of my business though.
None of my business. You know, definitely not weird or suspicious at all.
But yeah, like the majority of people are not from that socioeconomic background, so it's like a lot of them are just regular ass people.
Yeah, a lot of them are low-key not even that weird. At least from my experience, the Dominicans I've met, they're not like reactionary like that. You have to be like hardcore, like it has to be like you have to be probably like maybe born in DR probably to even have that thing.
Honestly, like I was making jokes about like white Cubans before, but even then, like I work with a lot of them because I'm not actually disclosing that detail would dox me, but I will just say like yeah, just they like you just engage with, don't assume people's like beliefs a priori, and just engage with them like people. Like go into it with the best intentions, and if they prove you wrong, then you get proved wrong. But yeah,
it's usually people like that are born in the island that are sick. Like usually, and even that's like, it's not as bad unless you meet a Twitter one. Then
Flag Twitter is the worst Twitter. I said it.
yeah. I'm not gonna endorse anything. All I'm saying is that right-wing Dominican Twitter is not okay. Those guys are literal Hitlerites over there. Like, ugh, ugh. Literally, like I've gotten to squabbles with them. Like they were like, one of them I remember saying they was like, oh, they were like, we're allowed to. How come we're not allowed to do mass deportation? I'm like, because that's bad.
What? What? Just let us do
Mass
one.
deportation. Yeah, and then there was like they tried to do some historical like shit on me, and I was like, I don't. I was like, okay. They were like, oh well, you guys did a genocide, so we did it back. It's like, yeah, privated, blocked.
Jesus.
I was like, oh, I was like, okay. And then one of them was doing like the liberal argument this one time where they were like, okay, the genocide was bad, but you guys still suck. And it's like, okay,
What?
yeah, it was.
Nice.
It was like that was
We
pretty much
didn't do anything, but if we did, you deserved it.
exactly like pretty much type of thing. It's
Just
like,
genocidal as fuck. Oh, Flag Twitter
yeah.
is just, the people who ride for Ukraine or etc.
Oh, oh, I thought she said Black Twitter.
No.
Actually, me too.
I was like, ah, yeah.
Ooh, I'm not touching this one.
I'm
Yeah.
not. No, I have no words for Black Twitter.
Yeah. Flag Twitter. It's like I'm not even saying anything for them either. I'm just gonna. All I'm saying is that if you have a Dominican flag and you're a little right wing, I automatically trust you, man.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, obviously not everyone's like that. There has been there was like a cool photo that I saw actually of like apparently there was like a Dominican revolutionaries. I was like, oh, that's pretty sick. So yeah, not everyone's like that. Um, it's just like it's more. Talking about more of the government than the people type of thing.
Which is why I always, like in my criticism of countries, try to say like very explicitly. I don't say like like I don't know. Let's say insert random country here. Fuck Pretoria. I don't just say that. I say fuck the government of Pretoria and the people who fucking represent it.
Yeah.
Maybe not the best example.
Just some random country just caught a random stray for no reason.
Oh, it is a fictional country from Family Guy.
Okay, I was about to say, I was like, that's the most random stray a country has ever caught for no reason.
Fuck Vanuatu in particular.
Some guy from Vanuatu is like, what the fuck did I do? The fuck?
Kyrgyzstan, fuck those guys.
What the fuck? This person's just like being fucked up to us, man. It's
Kami Quinoa Club. Not Pretoria, as in like a city in South Africa. Pretoria.
No, I heard Pretoria too. I did hear.
Oh.
I was about to say, I was like
it is
country.
Peter Griffin's
random string.
Yeah, it is Peter Griffin's city. Like micronation from Family Guy, Pretoria. Yes.
Oh right, it's sovereign citizen shit. It's my city now. It's my country, just like the Vatican.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's all I wanted to say. I wanted to talk about that for a minute. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Dominican Republic, apartheid state. Bad. Yeah.
Apartheid bad.
Yeah, apartheid bad, guys.
Hot takes.
Hot take. I think mass deportation is bad, actually. Right-wing Dominican Twitter. No, I think it's actually good.
Wait. Hear me out here. Let me just play devil's advocate real quick.
I think the devil's good.
They didn't even play. They didn't play devil's advocate. That's the worst part. They just straight up said it. They were like, it's like, come on.
Well, does the devil really need an advocate right now?
Exactly. They were like, come on, man. I think it's good actually. And it's like, okay, well, you're lost in the sauce. I don't know what to tell you. There was one guy that was like straight up bringing up maps and shit. I was like, I'm not debating you.
Jesus.
Oh,
Just bringing up literal maps of the island. And he was like, this is where we're blah blah blah. I was like, dude, you're not okay.
Doing
You're
like
not
greater
well.
DR theory or
Yeah, like greater, literally, like just greater, like Dominican Republic type shit. I was like, ooh,
oh no.
you're not okay. That's what I'm saying. Like the nationalism is not well. It's not good.
It's always bad.
It's just not.
Almost
There's like
always
a
bad.
where I think there was a name for it too. I forgot the exact name. It's in the video that I linked, but yeah, it's not good. Or anything else I want? I think that's it. That's what I wanted to talk about.
Real quick, to answer Tariq Ari's question, how would we describe like prissy? It's like, I don't know,
Like
How
uppity,
would you describe what?
like full of yourself, kind of like pretentious and like a stick up your ass, I guess, kind of.
yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah.
Means you marry a rich white
You're a
guy.
rich white guy.
Accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah, think like preppy. Like that. Like girls that like get their nails done like every week. Like that's a little prissy.
Chat, do you have any questions? Any questions,
Yes.
chat?
Let us open up the floor for questions.
Questions. I'm on mobile, so I can't see everything.
When are you coming back?
I mean, I'm free on spring break, but I mean, there's not really. I don't know. I mean, everything I wanted to talk about, we talked about today, but I'm down to come back anytime.
I'll be honest, I only got like one of these in me every couple weeks. Like,
yeah.
Ooh. It is a lot of ranting and
that's
I have to. I'm going on. Yeah.
I'm excited to dig more into the history, but I can do that for chat myself. But after I do that, then in a while, then
I mean,
you
yeah.
can fill in the gaps.
Yeah, I have a playlist. So
Sweet.
Yeah. I actually ask her. I'll probably link it. I add to the playlist every now. It was
Also-
a video that it was a.
Oh, I'll let you finish with yours.
Oh, there was a video. I will say there was a video that kind of whitewashed Haiti a little bit.
Because
But
who
they
doesn't?
did have, yeah, that's true. But they did have some interesting details on DR. The DR part of the video had some interesting details. Like apparently, they praise like known white American figures. Like there's like statues of them and stuff. It's weird.
Weird.
Yeah, weird. Yeah, when I saw that, I was like, I actually did the meme. I was like, weird.
Yeah.
Kelly, what were you saying?
And then watch the video on Haiti's trains, motherfuckers.
Yeah.
We had
Watch
trains.
It's actually,
I fucking love trains.
Hold on.
I have it pulled up for chat, so.
I actually have a map just like in my like Google like Earth folder. Hold on. This right here. These are the train lines that Haiti had. I'm I'm donning my kufi cap and like my eyes are like shooting lasers right now.
Seriously, that's like pretty well connected. Like, fuck.
Yeah, like the blue are like completed lines. The red are like lines that were under construction or planned. And then this tiny little bead of orange is an incomplete line. So yeah,
It's not bad.
like we had connections out of Porta Pai, Cap Haitien, Gonaïve, Saint Marc, Port au Prince, Léogane, Damari, and they were planning on connecting Le Cai down here in the south all the way up to the Léogane line in Port au Prince by extension. And they were also planning on connecting Cap Haitien in the north through these mountains to what's it called? To the rest of the rail network. But hey,
God.
1911 happened. Oh wait, I guess 1915 happened, and U.S. invaded, and we never actually got to complete this. So
US ruins everything. Fucking suck.
yeah, surprise, surprise, United States ruins it all.
Typical. Fucking infuriating.
My name is US. No one invade you. Oh, you want trans motherfucker? Too bad.
I'm gonna ruin your whole economy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's a bank that actually heavily benefited from that occupation too. I forgot what the bank was called. Damn it.
Oh, you know
Yes.
what? Another
Like a-
story that that just also kind of got nuked in the YouTube algorithm. It is the most effort that I ever put into a YouTube video, like minute for minute, pound for pound. And like I actually like had to like, like publish a informal research paper in order to like justify the points that I was making in the video. So like it's about the AIDS epidemic apropos like Haitian history. And so like how do I put this? The AIDS epidemic was not like the gay plague that like people try to make it seem like it was. It had a far more, how do we say, a far less politically advantageous to blame primary vector of transportation. And it is connected to the Haitian population. However, it's not Haitians. It's negligence on behalf of the United States medical industry. It is just straight up medical malpractice.
Yeah.
And then also the United States military. Because everything bad has to involve the United States military.
Typical. I mean, there was the conspiracy theory that the military just created AIDS, which, like, kind of,
Not too far off.
kind of. They didn't manufacture it, but they certainly weren't gonna do anything to stop it, or
So yeah,
in fact, did worse.
Long story short on that one, basically, like, they propped up a dictator in Haiti that, like, forced every college-educated Haitian to flee the country in the 1950s, and then by 1960, when Congo is writhing, kicking, and screaming, coming into the New World as an independent nation, UN reconstruction mission. A lot of like that reconstruction mission, the biggest one to date, included these like Haitian workers, like these doctors and lawyers and engineers and craftspeople and teachers and businessmen and whatever. And when one or more of these people contracted HIV and then moved back to Haiti in like the coming like years and decades, and it was there that like HIV made the jump from the Congo, where it was originally localized, to the Americas. And then from there, it was just allowed to sit and fester in IET for decades because AIDS awareness hadn't been invented yet. And then I am trying so hard to speed run through this story. Basically, the dictatorship is still in power, and the basically one of his cronies, the head of the secret police. When you're the head of a secret police force, you basically get a subscription to Xbox Crime Pass, and he made good use of it. And so what he did was he found himself an American investor that was willing to set up a company called Hemo Caribbean, which is basically like a blood plasma bank or whatever. And so they just forced people into poverty, and then used this poverty as leverage to say, all right, well, give us your blood. It's all you got left.
Jesus.
And then they sold that blood at 200 to 300% profit. Like, this dude's name, Luc Nicambron, his nickname is the vampire of Haiti.
Holy fuck.
So, yeah. And so, yeah, shit, they would take your blood, centrifuge out the plasma, put it in a refrigerated plane on the way to the United States. And by the way, he also owned the airline. So through the magic of vertical integration, he was able to collect $3 to $4 of profit for every pint of blood, which they only paid $1 or $2 per pint. So it's and by the way, I said $3 to $4 of profit. So that's selling it for $5 or $6. And so yeah, the thing is that they weren't vetting the blood that they were, taking in, and they weren't heat treating it. And so there's a really horrible story involving hemophiliacs. How deep do I want to get into the horror? You know what? I'll just leave that one for the video.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank God there weren't any large populations of people in the United States who needed, just large amounts of blood plasma in the late 60s and early 70s. Oh, wait a second.
Oh no.
Nom, baby.
Fuck.
Hell yeah, brother. Cue in
And-
that one Vietnam music song.
Yeah.
That
I was born to raise a flag. But yeah. So yeah. Yeah, just it a whole bunch of people who were served who served in Nam were injured in battle and had to receive a blood transfusion. Oh boy. By the way, pooling of blood for blood transfusions in the military, it was very common practice. However, heat treating that blood wasn't common practice until the mid 80s. So it's mind you, the real gag here is that even in a perfect world where HIV just simply did not exist, the United States DoD would have been just fine giving their soldiers hepatitis, because we also knew about that problem and also would have been solved by heat treating the plasma.
Tons of
We just
blood-borne
didn't-
diseases we knew about already, right?
Yeah, we just didn't care.
It's gnarly, dude.
Exactly.
So
It's
gross.
woke. He did not care. Was simply too woke to
Woke.
care. Okay.
And so yeah,
The USSR at the time, come on.
So yeah, the U.S. military would have been, completely fine just giving hundreds of thousands of soldiers hepatitis, even in a world where AIDS didn't exist. Oh wait, they also did that too, and I provide a source for that in my video.
Typical.
And so, yeah, the medical malpractice never stops. And then the whole, so and this is where we fully dispel the whole idea of AIDS as the gay disease. The thing that I realized in my analysis of what's it called, in my analysis of like like AIDS like data. So like, how do I put it? Like it was only ever presented in terms of like percentage of new cases rather than like the proper epidemiological, there we go, like standard of cases per 100,000. Like that is the like standard of like judging like how frequent something is in like epidemiology, not like the percentage of new cases. That's like maybe like a side like curiosity factor, but like the base information that you always kind of have to include so that we're always like comparing apples to apples is cases per 100,000. Now I found like this old source of like this really old report of like the first decade of AIDS testing in the U.S. military. And one thing I noticed about the report is like, so I just kind of like did my like cursory read through. And I was like, oh, they got 4.6 per 100,000, 5.6 per 100,000. Oh, okay, it's actually not that bad. Not, yeah, I suppose nowhere near what I was thinking. And then then like I noticed that like there was like a little like asterisk or like a little figure. I think it was like a cross type of thing uh attached to like the like the frequency or like the rate column. And then I like checked the little addendum thing and it was like uh cases noted in frequency per 1,000 cases. Now what this means is that all of those numbers that I was just saying earlier, like, 1.2, 3.4, 4.6, they are shrunken by a factor of 100. So, like, the national average right now is like maybe 20, 22. Wait, actually, no, I think it's 11. National average is like 11 cases per 100,000. The United States military during this time period from 1985 to 1994 was sitting at a cool 200, 300, 400.
Jesus Christ.
Look, we had to do now.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so like I tried, and so like then I realized, so like that was that was kind of like the bombshell that I was like kind of sitting on, and I was like, okay, now I kind of got to hedge my bets, and like because maybe there's some truth to like the whole gay epidemic thing. And I was like, oh yeah, oh okay, so gay people were like 50% of new cases. Oh okay, yeah, I guess that's right. Until I realized, wait a second, I'm not using cases per 100,000 here, and so I had to like go out like and like extrapolate through like set surveys and censuses and like other like data that I could pull from the time of like try to get an idea of like how big the queer population was. And like I assumed the smallest queer population possible so that like the same number of cases would result in like a bigger percentage, because I'm looking for like a floor, like I'm trying to be like the most generous I can in like making sure that like let's try to prove this like this whole like gay plague thing as right as I can with the data that I have. And even doing that, I couldn't even approach 1/8 of the density of HIV in the gay community.
Yeah.
Damn.
Don't tell her again, though.
And so
Do
yeah,
not
so
tell her
yeah,
again.
watch the video for the full rundown, because it is it is not fun, and it is the most work I've ever put into a YouTube video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go subscribe to
The-
them, chat.
Pretty sure. But yeah. I think
Well, I
I think
think
that's it.
are there any other
Yeah.
questions I missed from chat? I tried to catch them all, but I think it
Oh,
was
yeah, I was
just
trying to see earlier.
come back. They love you.
it was a pleasure and a joy being on.
Yeah, likewise.
Yeah, it's always I don't know much, but it is always
Indeed.
Any
It is fun.
excuse I get to rant about IET.
Yeah,
yeah.
absolutely. I'm definitely gonna be trying those recipes.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Mhm.
Oh, but yeah, just I will say, definitely send me whatever recipe it is that you're going to try, because I have seen some absolutely heinous Haitian recipes just out there in the wild, even by other Caribbeans. Where it's
Okay.
like, so it's like, I'll see like a recipe written by like, I don't know, like a Grenadian, like, saying like, this is how you make authentication griot, and it's just like, to be honest, when I saw the recipe, I thought it was a British person making it, and I was like, oh God, what is this abomination?
I'll definitely run it by you. Thank you. All right, have a lovely night, guys. Thank you again.
Of course. And to you as well. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.